Lights are out and we're underway. Oh, Rampatara showed his nose to the final right-hander. Out of the final corner, it's 2 for 2 here at de Lansard. Nicky Narahito Tomase takes the win.
Ja, dat is natuurlijk hartstikke mooi. De enige kans die je krijgt als je een beetje loopbudget naar het WK wil gaan. Dus ja, heel speciaal. Vooral Italië is natuurlijk helemaal raceland. Dus ja, het is wel een mooie ervaring om te kunnen doen.
Lights are out and we're underway, and it's the run down to turn number 1. Oh no! Who's got around? Was that Cage Moyes? Duma's now going to get through. Oh, that's not what Cage Moyes needed. Zurkovic, when is he going to pull the trigger? Will it be down into turn 2? Van der Hall in defence. Zurkovic to the outside, might open the door. I think he's just opened the door, but still. Might keep it going into turn 3, not quite. No, he drops to 4, but back up the inside, through at the next corner. Goes Olivier Zurkovic back on Tiger Hoppenhausen to retake 3rd place. Vince van der Hall wins the double. Second Jeff Verbeek. I think possibly it could be the 2 following drivers heading to Sarno.
Het was eigenlijk niet echt mijn weekend deze keer. Maar voor de rest, het ticket hebben we, het is goed genoeg voor de ticket. Ik hoefde eigenlijk top 10 te halen en dan had ik hem al. Dus en dat is gelukt. Dus we hebben de ticket. En we mogen weer naar Sarno.
Lights are out first time. Now the run into turn 1. Someone's lost a chain guard in the early exchanges. Oh, a little bit of a robust move there on Levi Dries by Van der Beken. That says to me 10th and a half. And now there's going to be the wrestle for the race lead and through. All robust, but it was necessary. Max Swiderski. Swiderski dominates with a defensive masterclass I have not long seen. The red lights are out and we're underway. As Van der Stroys is going to look for the move up the inside. Threaded the eye, the needle through at turn 5. Oh, this is getting a bit too aggressive out here. David Ross up the inside, Blimp hitters. Oh, Casbos House loses 5 places. He's going to come out of the final corner. Van der Stroys knows what he's achieved. Underway. Oh, and Axel goes right in front of the front bumper. Oh, the battle wages on like a firecracker, and there has been contact between the pair. Oh, it was invariably going to happen, and disaster strikes. Sam Knopfiers provisionally books his place to Sarno, but it's the run out of the final corner. Who's going to get 3rd? It's Combi Kart, it's Axel Hoos!
Ik verwacht een hele leuke maar moeilijke wedstrijd. We zijn natuurlijk de kampioenen van over de hele wereld. Dus ik heb er heel veel zin in. We kunnen heel veel leren. We gaan volgend weekend nog, of over 2 weken nog een wedstrijdje rijden. Dus ik denk dat we goed voorbereid zijn en ja, gaan vlammen.
KZ2 Masters Final is underway, and a slow start from the outside of row 2 from Bastien. And might die through. Oh, that's a great move from William van der Kai. Oh, and Wesley Duval clatters into the back bumper of Bastien. Bastien through for 3rd. Oh, well, how the tables have turned for the points leader on that race start. Oh, William van der Kai, big overstep there, and he's made a mess of it. Oh, the right side wheels were up in the air. The win streak is over. Van den Hoek takes the final. On your marks, get set, get ready, and get racing. Bad start from Enzo Ball. Oh, he dumped the clutch and it wasn't going forward. Advantage, dive on the inside. Great move. Jeffrey picks up through. Daniel Tenbach is still in this. Enzo Ball dives for the race lead on lap number 16 at turn 1 and gets the job done. 2:55 does the double here at second to Lansard here at round 6.
Please give it up for the 2024 Team Nederland.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Circuit Park Berghem and the 7th round of the Dutch Rotax Max Challenge, brought to you by Chrono Karting. This is the live broadcast presented to you through Camp Company. My name is Henry Beaudette, standing in for your resident speaker, Alex Goldschmidt, this weekend. It's a great pleasure to have you on board with us here in Berghem on what is a cold and somewhat damp day here in the Netherlands. Timed qualifying for each one of our categories has already taken place, and here is your timetable for the pre-finals. Each pre-final will be 10 minutes plus 2 laps, and then a longer race for the finals later on. We will get underway with Micromax, then Minimax, Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax, DD2 and DD2 Masters combined, KZ2 Masters, and then KZ2 themselves. And we will go around again for the finals in that order. So 14 races to bring you here this weekend on what is the penultimate round of the championship. So potentially titles could be all but decided today in some classes, but in others the fight will go right down to the wire. The last round of the championship, which takes place on November the 3rd at Karting Genk in Belgium. So this is the last time that the Dutch Championship races on home soil in 2024. In the Rotax classes, as you saw in the review video of the most recent round at Circuit de Lansard, the tickets for Team Netherlands, to who will represent Team Netherlands in the 2024 Rotax Grand Finals at Sarno in Italy, have been decided, and the Netherlands will be taking a 15-strong team to the 25th running of the biggest party in world karting. For the KZ2 and the KZ Masters drivers, there's the small matter of the Dutch National Championship to decide this weekend and next weekend. The first race will be going out very shortly. It will be 10 minutes plus 2 laps. It will be for Micromax. 8 drivers, and have to say that the organisers' lottery system for engines for the Micromax and the Minimax class is certainly having positive impact on the entries, as the green flag on your screen waves. And before we get karts on track, can I just say a huge thank you to the sponsors of this event, the Karting Champions League, VG Technique, Acer and Vita Rough Racing, but Minimax are on circuit now. Here we go then, the rolling lap for Micromax rather, and it is Ryan Rampadrath on pole position. Nikki Nirihito Tomase second. Noah Stihuda in third. Connor Hauf is fourth. Yesemunen starts fifth. Then it is Mateus Clever, Bruce Chirino and Dimitar Lazarov. 8 drivers. So once again, Vag Technique, Vita Raf Racing, Karting Champions League and Acer are the sponsors of the live broadcast. We'd also like to welcome on board as a sponsor Van Tienen Coffee Machines. And I have to say, their product is being very helpful to a lot of the officials here, not just because of the nice tasty coffee, but also it's warm. And today, here in Berghem, is not. You're looking at turn 4, hairpin turn. That's the farthest point away from the commentary position and race control. You can see lots of rubber and marbles laid down. In fact, lots of leaves as well. You can see the tree line of the circuit. Now we are heading up the back straight out of turn 4 into the corner known as the roundabout here at Berghem. That right, left, right corner, very slow, tight and technical. So there we go, round the roundabout. And now into turn number 6, which is the start of a very technical and yet surprisingly flowing infield part of this circuit. Lots of flip-flop corners through turns 7 and 8 here, and then through turns 9 and 10 there on your screens. The number 32 kart of Rampadrath brings them around. Now, Ryan is just 2 points behind current championship leader Nikki Nirihito Tomasa before drop scores are taken into consideration. All 8 Micromax drivers will be on wet tyres. There is the run through turns 11 and 12. And out of turn number 13, the hairpin left-hander. They now head up past the outskirts of the paddock into the final corner, turn 14. Fast entry into that corner, quite a late apex. Now we're into the tram lines. We look to see the lights go out. Yes, they do. Micromax is underway, and our pole sitter, Ryan Rampadrath, leads the field through turn numbers 1 and 2, and out of turn number 3. Now hard on the brakes, very slippery indeed through turn number 4. All the drivers trying to figure out the best wet racing line, but Rampadrath leads the field into the roundabout quite clearly. The number 25 kart, Nikki Nirihito Tomasa, is running in second, and then it looks like a good start from Connor Hauf in kart number 78, the C4 Racing Praga kart entry. But as they now wend their way through the infield section, oh, and there's a move that went a bit wrong for third place driver Connor Hauf, and he goes for a brief spin. And at the back of the field, I think that might have been Mateus Clever getting caught up with that as well. But as we come around to complete lap number 1, there is the SP Motorsport driver, Ryan Rampadrath, leading comfortably by over a second from Tomasa. Stihauder is third. Lazarov from the back of the field is up into 4th position. And Chirino, Hauf, Yesemunen and Mateus Clever all following at a distance. Already things getting quite spread out here in Micromax as drivers still try to find the best wet line on what is a damp but greasy circuit. Here they go out of the roundabout into turn number 6, that almost 180-degree right-hander before they flip-flop through turn 7. Now they're already down to turn number 10. There's the move from driver number 12, Noah Stihoda, to stay ahead of Dimitar Lazarov. It's been a great start from Lazarov. who qualified down in 8th place, but is in 4th now and looking to move forward. And of course, championship points are available for this race. There are 2 lots of championship points available for the pre-final and then 1 in the final. So drivers at the end of this weekend, well, they will start seeing the dropped scores come into play. Each driver in every class can drop their worst 2 scores. And there's well, that was, I think, the number 78 of Connor Houff trying to slide at the inside of Bruce Chirino there at turn number 4, running very wide on exit. And the lead battle is now closing in because Nicky Naruhito Tomas, who will represent Team Netherlands in the Micromax class, he will be the Netherlands' sole representative in that class in Sarno, is beginning to close in inch by inch on your race leader, Ryan Rampadarath. The gap was over a second at the end of lap number 1. As we completed lap 2, the gap was down to 0.8 of a second, although that little moment coming out of turn number 13 will not help Tomas. And in fact, does the gap go up? It does, to 1.2 seconds. Third is the CRG of the leading rookie in the race, Noah Stihouder. Now, of course, there are 2 championships. There is the main championship, but there's also the rookie championship to consider. It looks like Mateus Clever on the TB kart has retired from the race. You can see his kart there on the grass and a rather dejected looking driver sitting in the marshal post. So Mateus Clever is out of this race. We're down to 7 runners as we watch Rampadarath come into turn number 10, and on this lap it does appear as though Tomas is closing back in ever so slightly in that number 25 kart, and let's see if Tomas can keep it tidy coming out of this corner. This is where he went wide on the grass blocks a lap ago. That's better. The CRG of Stihouder is third. Stihouder leading the rookie standings by over 30 points from Bruce Chirino. And in fact, Chirino is there in 6th position, ahead of Jesse Moonen in 7th. And once again, Rampadarath extends his lead by 0.3 of a second. So Tomas is now 1.5 seconds behind the Stan Pex Racing number 32 machine as they go round the roundabout. And into turn number 6. You can see them flicking right, then left, then right again through turn 6, 7, 8. This is turn 9, which is another sort of right, left-right flick. Then around the left-hander at turn 10, up this short infield straight. We go through turn number 11, another left-hander, and then right and left again through the turn 12 chicane. Hard on the brakes for the right-hander at turn number 13, and then back up towards the pit lane. This is Pitstraat in corner as the entrance to pit lane across the start-finish line, and the battle is being joined for second. They then go through that sort of right-left, turns 1 and 2, with a quick turn number 3, hard on the brakes at turn number 4, and you can see how much wetter the circuit is at this camera point and on the back straight there because of the trees that line the bottom end of this circuit. And you can see a lot of leaves on the track, lots of bits of marbles. That's the old tyre rubber that has come off some of the tyres. And there is the move going into turn number 6 from Noah Stihouder. So the rookie up into P2 on the CRG kart. And that's a very impressive drive in what are pretty unfamiliar conditions here. But coming out to turn number 10, Tomasa retakes P2. Good battle for second. It is allowing Rampadarath to pull away. But this is to decide who starts second. Oh, and Tomas runs wide coming out of turn number 13. Again, that's his Achilles heel, it appears to be. They come out of turn number 14, both drivers staying well away from the grass blocks at the exit of the corner. And those grass blocks have already claimed several victims in qualifying, but as Steenhauser continues to hold off Tomasa, going through turn number 4, here's 5th, 6th and 7th just coming into that corner, but Steenhauser leads into the roundabout, or does he? Oh, and Tomasa tried to stick a nose up the inside of his rival there, going to the middle portion of the roundabout, but was told to yield by the number 12 driver. Now he looks to the outside going into turn number 10. Gets a good run coming out of turn number 10. Cuts across in front of Steenhauser. So Tomas back into P2. Just under 2 minutes plus a lap remaining of this race. And of course with the championship so finely poised, this result could give Rampadaroth the championship lead unofficially before drop scores are taken into account by a single point. Through turn 4 again. Now, the fact that this part of the track is so much wetter than everything else, and side by side for second place, Steenhauser to the inside gets the job done. The fact that the bottom end of the circuit is much wetter than the top end of the circuit will be giving the teams and mechanics here a bit of a headache, because you could end up with one half of the track virtually dry and the other half of the track very slippery and greasy. Now, the temperatures are very cold here in Berghem this weekend, but there's no wind. There's no breeze in the air to help dry the track quicker, as Tomas repasses Steenhauser for P2. Now out of turn number 13, Tomas still struggling to get that kart turned into turn number 13. That could open the door for the factory liveried CRG. I think that is also a CRG for Tomas, but it's certainly in his own team colours, as the clock is about to strike 0, and they're second and third swapping places yet again. This time Tomas manages to stay ahead of Steenhauser. Steenhauser in the number 12 kart gets a good run out of the roundabout. Will he try and make a move? Not into turn number 6, possibly turn 10. Looks like a potential opportunity, although here is turn 10 now, and Steenhauser is nowhere near close enough. So it's been a good lap from our current championship leader. Will he be the championship leader at the end of this race? 55 points on offer for the win, 52 points for second place. So with Rampadaroth just 2 points behind Tomasa, a win for Rampadaroth in this race will give him the unofficial championship lead by a single point. As the top 3 well clear of everybody else. Rampadaroth leading by over 5 seconds from Tomas. Steenhauser in third, and then an 8-second gap back to the driver that is just sliding through our camera shot there. The number 78 kart of Connor Hauff. Chrono is 5th, Moonen is 6th, and Lazarov has faded back to 7th and has obviously had a brief spin somewhere because he was running in P4 earlier on. But they have crossed the start-finish line. Next time by, they will get the last lap board. And of course, this is a reminder that in Micromax, every driver gets a souvenir of the event. And the top 5 get trophies. Same for Minimax. And the Perpetual trophy goes to the best rookie as well. So we are on to the final lap here in the Micromax Pre-Final at the Art Park Berghem, or Circuit Park Berghem track here in the Netherlands, not far from the city of Eindhoven in the southwest corner of the country. That's number 32, Ryan Rampadarath for the SP Motorsport team. Coming into turn number 9, he flicks his way right and left through turn 9. Now around the long looping right left-hander at turn number 10. Into turn number 11. Almost home now for driver number 32. Takes a wide entry into turn number 13. Flirts with the grass blocks, but that's where he leaves it. Across the start-finish line, checkered flag is out. A dominant win for our pole sitter, Ryan Rampadarath. Nicky Naruhito Tomasa finishes in second place, but what a fight that Noah Stihouder put up to finish as the best rookie in third. There goes the Praga kart across the line of Connor Hauff. And in fifth position, Bruce Chirino in that red and black kart, and Bruce looks happy with that. Sixth across the line is Jesse Moonen, and there is the second of the Praga entries, Dimitar Lazarov, rounding out your finishers. Sadly, Mateus Clever did not see the checkered flag. The TB kart, you can see, being wheeled back to Parc Ferme at the end of the opening race of the day. Ryan Rampadarath takes the victory from Nicky Naruhito Tomase, Noah Stihouder, then Connor Hauff, Bruce Chirino, Jesse Moonen, Dimitar Lazarov. Sadly, Mateus Clever, well, the TB kart will have to go again in the final. Hopefully the team can get that problem solved before then. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, with today's Minimax Pre-Final. A big field, 23 drivers in total, and 2 of them, including our pole sitter, Olivier Masakevich, have qualified to represent Team Netherlands in the Rotax Grand Final. Kees Moyes being the other driver. Kees will start 6th in this one after having a lap time deleted due to a front fairing issue in qualifying. The points table, well, 497 points for our championship leader, Vince van der Halen. Vince van der Halen is the Belgian driver who will start 2nd. Of course, in the Dutch championship, tickets only go to Dutch drivers, so van der Halen, who hopefully will represent Belgium in Sarno. He leads the point standings with 497 points. Kees Moyes is on 479. Olivier Masakevich on 474. James van der Poel has 446, and AJ Burgraaf has 434 points. But the karts are waiting to be released out on the circuit. And again, as in Micromax, the Minimax category, with the organiser having the engine raffle, so that competition, it helps bring new people into the sport, it keeps costs down, and the idea is that the driver determines the podium, not the wallet. And I have to say that due to the success of this endeavour, Chrono Karting have purchased an extra 10 Minimax engines. Looking at them, 46 drivers have 46 drivers have entered at least one race here, and now we are on the rolling lap. Your starting lineup is as follows. Pole position, Olivier Masakevich, alongside, on the front row of the grid, Vince van der Halen. On row number 2, Milano Shipost, the leading rookie in the field, alongside fellow rookie Julian Dummer. Then it is Lawrence Vlaanderen in 5th position alongside Kees Moyes with Jesse Andringa and James van der Poel on row number 4. Jara Klevits-Bosch and Mick Klinkers are on row number 5. Maximilian Kiel and Kimmy May on row 6. Mika Vonk and Jeff Verbeek on row number 7. Tren van Melk and Hamza Balasinowala start on row number 8. Bendik Schulte and Rickert Joppen are on row number 9. Claes Milan and Liam Basterio are on row number 10. Tigo Hulthausen and Stephen Wams are on row 11, and Jens Kjelstra starts at the back on row number 13. So down the back straight. Now drivers trying to get some temperature into their tyres. Now on the number 130 kart, Vince van der Halen, just looking down at the right hand side of his kart for some reason there. So it's an all Tony kart front row, and then we've got the Birrell ART and the Charles Leclerc chassis, which is the Birrell just painted differently, on row number 2. All 23 drivers. Where is Stephen Wams? Has Stephen Wams not gone out? The number 105 kart. I have to say, Stephen didn't post a time in qualifying. He was promoted from 23rd to 22nd because Jens Kjelstra was penalised. Well, we will have to see. Into turn number 13. Each class being given 2 rolling laps because of the changing conditions. And the track, there's no wet rooster tails being kicked up by the karts. And you can see on the screens now a slight dry line emerging as we head into the tram lines. They come to the lights, lights are out. And is that a false start? It looks pretty good to me. There are drivers spinning in the back. Yep, we are going already. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drivers at the back of the field going for spins. And I wonder, there's not slick tyres out there, is there? We'll have to check up on those drivers next time around. Look at those black clouds in the sky. Are they going to dump their contents all over us again? There goes driver number 150. That's Kimmy May making a move. And Kimmy now trying to pick him another position. There's the number 134 kart. And the 134, that is Bring the Noise, Kees Moyes on that Birrell ART. So Kees Moyes, the inside, but up at the front, we have had a change for the lead as Kees Moyes takes over top spot at the end of lap number 1. Or is that Milano Shiphorst? Actually, it is Milano Shiphorst, I believe. Kees Moyes down in 5th position. The leaders have already gone through. Well, so let's have a little look down. Vince van der Halen, the number 130 kart, has not come around. What has happened to van der Halen? Liam Bastiero has also had a problem. The Portuguese-born driver, Liam Bastiero, races into the Dutch flag, but originally from Portugal. What happened to van der Halen? And out of the race. Looking down at his kart at the start, obviously potentially a problem was developing that we weren't aware of. Well, Vince was very aware of it, and he has not come around. So, leading this race, number 116, that is Olivier Masarkiewicz, who has passed Milano Shiphorst on the Birrell ART. You can see Milano with the bright orange crash helmet. 3rd is Lawrence Vlaanderen. So Vlaanderen is 3rd, then Andringa is 4th, Moish is 5th, Julian Dremmer is 6th, then Maximilian Kiel, James van der Poel, Mika Vonk and Kimi May. That's your top 10. Oh, and a problem for somebody down at turn number 4. And the driver trying to get that kart refired, slaps the steering wheel. And that is game over for driver number 130. Ooh, is that number 130 or is that Kimi May in 150? We will check up on that driver next time around. So here is a look now, down at turn number 13. There is the 134 kart. That is Kees Moyes. Moyes crossing the line in 3rd position, just in front of that Lando Norris kart of Jesse Andringa. It was Lawrence Vlaanderen. It was 170 who was pulling off. You can see Lawrence's kart there out of the race. So after a great start, Lawrence Vlaanderen out of the race. Mika Vonk has also not come around, so we've lost 4 drivers so far, along with Asterio and Van der Halen. Meanwhile, here is the battle on your screen for 3rd position between Kees Moyes and Jesse Andringa. Andringa in the number 167 kart. Now they are already some way, they're 4 seconds behind race leader Olivier Masakevich. And behind them, there's another big gap to the Charles Leclerc chassis of Julian Duemer, who's been chased along by Maximilian Kiel. Then it's James van der Poel on the Sodi kart. And behind Van der Poel, 3 karts in a line, Kimi May, Jeff Verbeek and Mick Klinkers. Then Rickert Joppen in 11th, followed by Trent van Melk, Bendix Schultz, Claes Milan, Tigo Holthausen. Stephen Wams is out there and is up into 16th position. And then Yara Klevich Bosch, Hamza Balasinowala, and the last driver still running is Jens Kielstra. Here's the 126 kart. That is Jeff Verbeek, and he is in a big scrap with Kimi May and Mick Klinkers. In fact, Verbeek going past the number 150 of Kimi May on this lap, and taking that very tight line. He's taking, well, Jeff Verbeek in the number 126 kart, taking the traditional dry line through turn number 10, over that big curb at the entry to turns 11 and 12, and now around turn number 13. Further back you can see the number 121 kart. That's Jens Kielstra going round. Best lap of 1 minute 11 seconds for Jens Kielstra. I wouldn't mind guessing that Jens may have, well, he's either gone out on slick tyres or Jens has a big problem. Let's check. We look at the entry to turn number 4 on our screens. 3 different racing lines, 3 wide. That was one of the Falcon karts in the pack there. But no, I think Jens Kielstra is on wet tyres, but does have some sort of problem. Number 133 kart, Mika Vonk, is also still running, but is down in last position. So 20 karts running. There is a move from the 106 kart of James van der Poel. So van der Poel moving up the order on that Sodi kart chassis. And now we'll set off and try and chase down Maximilian Kiel, who is his next target. So van der Poel up to 7th. Now there are the 2nd place and 3rd place drivers, Schiphorst and Moyes. 6 seconds. Oh, and a spin back in the pack, and oh, Kimi May had nowhere to go. Kimi up and out of the car, distraught at that, trying to see who was it that spun in front of them. I think it could have been, well, it might have been Kiel or Julian Dummer, or maybe even Mick Klinkers trying to make a move, but then going for a spin. Kimmy May in the dirt and out of the race. There is the number 167, Jesse Andringa, who has just been passed by 125 Julian Duema. So the white and black Charles Leclerc chassis. There he is, the white crash helmet, leading the Lando Norris kart. There are the two Birol Arts of Kees Moyes chasing down and trying to pass Milano Shiphorst. Moyes and Shiphorst are battling for Rookie of the Year honours. Moyes has a 50-point advantage in that category. And now it is the number 134 kart of Kees Moyes who takes over P2. Oh, and a spin for number 167. And that allows, so Andringa gets past, and Maximilian Kiel now moves up into 5th position. Andringa dropping back to 6th. There is the comp kart chassis of Rickert Joppen. Rickert Joppen on the comp kart, so the fluoro chassis is looking good. But up at the front, Mazurkiewicz leading by a huge margin. He set the fastest lap of the race so far by some distance, a 105.170, compared to the next best lap time, which would be a 105.57 for Kees Moyes. But now Kees is up into 2nd position. Well, we've only got 43 seconds plus 2 laps to go. So it's hard to see Kees Moyes can't catch the race leader, who's miles in front, but Kees is now being given the opportunity to show off how much pace he has got in that Birol ART machine. And Kees, well, he'll be representing Team Netherlands for the 2nd time in his career. Just 2 weeks' time at the Rotax Grand Finals in Sarno. A lot of people, myself included, will leave here this evening, have just a couple of short nights at home before we disembark for Napoli, in the Naples region of Italy, for the Grand Finals. Kees Moyes, bring the noise, Kees Moyes, in his full title, is pulling away from Shiphorst in 2nd position. And last time around, let's have a look, last lap time, well, he equalled Olivier Mazurkiewicz's best lap last time around. So Kees Moyes showing that he can match Mazurkiewicz's pace in clean air. And for the final, he will have track position as well. This is good news for Moyes and Mazurkiewicz, bad news for Vince van der Halen, who didn't make it around the opening lap. The drivers who are 2nd and 3rd in points are running 1st and 2nd in this race, although the race leader Mazurkiewicz is 3rd in the standings. The driver you're looking at now, Kees Moyes, he's 3rd in this race but 2nd in the points table. But still, it will be 2 laps to go now. Next time around, the leaders will get the last lap board. Jeff Verbeek has just moved into 5th position. There goes Jeff in kart number 126, the best placed of the Belgian drivers in this race. The best placed of the German drivers, Julian Duema in 4th position. Maximilian Kiel is 6th. Round turn number 10 with effortless ease goes Olivier Mazurkiewicz. Oliver Mazurkiewicz comes out of turn number 13. Now you can see him having to brake and ease the kart through turn number 14. There's the last lap board into turns 1, 2 and 3. And he's got the entire length of the start-finish straight and more in hand. He's going through turn 4 now. Kees Moyes is only going through turn number 2. You can see now Kees Moyes having to stand on the brakes. Still so tricky and slippery coming into the roundabout as well. But as you come out of the roundabout, into turn number 6, they'll flick through 7. Here we are through turn number 8. Dry line emerging at this part of the track. In fact, quite a big dry line coming out of turn number 10. Now through turn number 11. Up and over the curb, just about there. Oh, he stays off the curb. He's taking it really easy on this, the final lap. And it's going to be a very important win for Oliver Mazurkiewicz. Out of turn number 14, checkered flag in the air. Mazurkiewicz wins, and he wins by a country mile, because only now does Kees Moyes finish in second place, 9 seconds behind our winner. Milano Shiphorst holds on for third, although Julian Duema was closing in rapidly at the end. Duema finished in P4, then Jeff Verbeek, Maximilian Kiel, Jesse Andringa, and James van der Poel slipping back to 8th place at the end, with Mick Klinkers and Rickert Joppen rounding out your top 10. Tren van Melk is next, and we will look at the results very shortly. And there they are on your screens. So, Mazurkiewicz, Moyes, Shiphorst, Duema, Verbeek, and then it is Maximilian Kiel on the Mach 1 chassis, Andringa, Van der Poel, Klinkers, Joppen, Melk, Tigo Hulthausen, Steven Wams on the Paralin karts comes home in 13th. Kleish Milan is 14th, followed by Bendix Schulte, Hamza Balasinawala, then Yara Klevitz-Bosch, Mika Vonk, Jens Kjelstra is your final finisher. Sadly, Kimi May, Lawrence Vlaanderen, Vince van der Halen, and Liam Basterio all failed to finish. And so that is the Minimax Pre-Final out of the way. Our next race up will be Junior Rotax. A big field of drivers in that race as well. 26 in total. And I have to say that the 4 drivers who will represent the Netherlands in the Grand Finals this year for Rotax, Tish van Wijk, Max Swiderski, Boaz Maximov and Tish Stevens, they are all very strong contenders indeed. Tish van Wijk winning the Rotax International Trophy at Le Mans earlier this year. Boaz Maximov got his ticket through the BNL. Van Swiderski and Stevens getting the 2 tickets from the Dutch Chrono Karting Rotax Max Challenge. They will be on track next. So we will have a quick look at the point standings. In Junior Rotax, Tish van Wijk on 630 points, Max Swiderski 598, Tish Stevens on 580, Boaz Maximov on 556, Bran van der Weken is on 501 points. The top 6 in the point standings, rounded out by Luca van Leer on 500 points. Karts will be released onto the circuit very shortly. They'll have 2 rolling laps, 10 minutes plus 2 laps, your race distance. So there is the green flag, ladies and gentlemen. Junior Rotax on circuit. Drivers head out of the pit lane, join the circuit at turn number 4 for the first of 2 rolling laps in Junior Max. Here's your starting lineup: Tish van Wyk and Max Sadursky on row number 1, Bran van der Weken and Tish Stevens on row 2, Boaz Maximov and Jim Bach on row number 3, Oliver Janssen and Aaron Vida on row number 4, Luca van Leer and Boris Verhagen on row number 5. Bodian Blankenberg and Rocco Keur are on row 6, Nude den Engelsman and Levi Driesch on row number 7. Rick Corporal and Vince Driesch on row number 8, then Jur Valkenaars and Lieke van Berkel on row number 9. The top 20 will be rounded out by Filip Wisniewski and Sebastian Brand, with Jort van Ekelen and Tony van Leersum on row number 11. Kian Shah and Ryan Klevich-Bosch are on row number 12. Anastasia Tuyi and Henry Melchior round out your field. So Anastasia Tuyi and Henry Melchior at the back of the field. Up at the front, Tish van Wyk and Max Sadursky. Sadursky is the leading rookie in the championship by some margin over Bran van der Weken, but Sadursky will have overall victory on his mind. He sits 32 points behind Tish van Wyk. If he wants to be Dutch Junior Rotax champion this year, he has to start taking points off his rival in this race. He has to start now. Only 4 opportunities to score points this year remain. Today's pre-final and today's final, and then the pre-final and final in Genk in Belgium, the last round of the championship on November the 3rd. By that time, the Netherlands could very well have a couple of grand final champions amongst their number. Now, the field slow themselves down into turn number 14. Everyone's still appearing to be on wet tyres, and we will go around again. The signal given to go around again, and do you know what? At the back of the field, I think 1 or 2 drivers are on slicks. It'll be the drivers tiptoeing very gingerly around those corners. I can't confirm that, but there were a couple of brave souls who were trying slick tyres. We shall see. 26 karts in total. Well, if anybody at the back of the field has gambled on slicks, they're going to be in a world of trouble for the opening part of this 10 minutes plus 2 lap race. However, they may just come good at the end of the race. It all depends how far back they fall before track conditions improve to the point where slick tyres are quicker over the course of a full lap than wet tyres. So for the second time, we head out of turn 13 and up to the final corner. formation looks good. Pace looks good. Tram lines look good. Lights are out and we are off and racing. Into turn number 1 we go. And will they all get through the turns 1, 2 and 3 complex cleanly? Yes, they do. Down towards turn 4 is an awful lot of scrambling going on down there. And yet again, was there 3 wide up the back straight. The leaders in the roundabout already. Oh, the 2-2-1, getting it all crossed up. Bodie and Blankenberg almost running into the barriers, backing everybody up behind them as we head out of turn 6 now, onto the infield section. There's the 290 kart. Brian van der Weken on your screens. Van der Weken has already fallen back a little way because, look at this, your race leader, Philip Nieswiski. Or is that? No, that's not Nieswiski at all. I do apologise. That's Tish van Wyk in the kart of the 246 kart. 1.4 seconds in front of Swiderski. Then it's Tish Stevens. Maximov is third. Janssen is fourth. Luca van Leer is up into 5th position. Down towards turn 4. Still lots of position changes. Back in the field, the Falcon kart. Oliver Janssen on that very distinctive black and turquoise coloured 218 kart. Looking to the inside. He's going to run out of track there. And trying to see who that is in front of him. That was Boaz Maximov closing the door quite firmly. But Tish van Wyk escapes up at the front. Swiderski in the 297. Tish Stevens in the 282. Maximov in the 230. Wow. Tish van Wyk is away at the front. 4 seconds in front of everybody else. Swiderski, Maximov and Stevens battling with Janssen over second place. Then it is Luca van Veer in the 6th podium. Blankenberg is 7th. Verhagen is 8th. Bach is 9th. Rieder is 10th. All drivers are still running. And the 209 kart, okay. Anastasia Tuji, she is on slick tyres. Last time around, she did a 1:11.454. Race leader Tish van Wyk did a 58.730. So already, after just 2 laps, and we're coming towards the end of lap number 3 now, the race leader is 31 seconds in front of Anastasia Tuji. Here come the rest of the front runners. All these drivers on wet tyres. And Tish van Wyk leads still an incredible 6 seconds. We've now got a 7 kart battle for second because, well, 2, 4, 5 karts really, as there is Oliver Janssen in kart number 218, trying to find a way past the Tony kart of Boaz Maximov. Behind them, Luca van Leer in kart number 284 has caught them. And Swiderski and Tish Stevens almost swap places there. Stevens on the purple and pink Cosmic chassis, Cosmic race suit. Here's your 5 kart battle for second position, soon to be joined by Jim Bach. Oh, is that, Bodie and Blankenberg. Will be the 6th kart to join that battle. And Anastasia Tuyi, a 1:10.224, 12 seconds a lap, slower than race leader Tish van Wyk. 5.5 minutes to go. Number 297 kart, Max Swiderski. Now back into 3rd position behind the 282 of Tish Stevens. As we approach half distance. And already Anastasia Tuyi is going to go a lap down. Tishwan Mike, well, if you thought that the winning margin in Micromax or Ryan Rampadarath was big, this is absolutely incredible. Nearly 11 seconds. Tishwan Mike leads, and we're only on lap number 6. Now, he has been helped by everyone behind him battling, as Boaz Maximov now passes Ty Stevens for 2nd place. Last time around, Tishwan Mike did a 57.460. Ty Stevens did a 59.8, as did Boaz Maximov, and nearly everybody else was over 1 minute. So quite incredible performance being shown by Tishwan Mike. The head of the field, the championship leader, is dominating this race right from the word go. He's gaining a 2.5 per lap. There, struggling to get round turn number 4, is Anastasia Tuyi. Yellow flag's actually waving. Oh, Tuyi slowing down. You can see there the slick tyres on her kart. And it has not been a gamble that has worked for Anastasia Tuyi and her team. She's the only driver on slick tyres. Her best lap so far is a 1:08, and that is 11 seconds slower than the race leader, Tishwan Mike, who has already crossed the start-finish line. And here now comes Boaz Maximov, 12.5 seconds down in 2nd. Good battle still going on for 3rd between T. Stevens and Beaudette Blankenberg, who is now the leading junior rookie in this race. He's up to 4th. Jim Bark is 5th. Janssen is 6th. Swiderski has fallen back to 7th. Then it's Van Leer, Wieder, Keur, Van der Weyken, Verhagen. So Brad Van der Weyken has really dropped like a stone in this one in kart 2.90. He's lost 8 places from the start. The biggest mover in the other direction, well, that would be Henry Melchior, who has gained 11 places, coming from 26th place up into 15th at the moment. We've still got 2 minutes plus 2 laps of this race to go. Tishwan Mike's lead remains 12.8 seconds over Boaz Maximov. And Maximov has now pulled the 4-second gap on this scrap going through your screen now for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Stevens passing Blankenberg, with Jim Bark now making his move. 2 teammates, it looks like. The 2-1-1 of Jim Bark passing Beaudette Blankenberg there. So Jim Bark having his best run of the season so far in his first year as a junior. He's 9th in the points standings. Did have a top 3 result in the pre-final at round 4 of the championship, which was at the Circuit de Lansard back in May. And there, out of the race, number 277, Jort van Ekelen. So Van Ekelen becomes the first retirement of the race so far. He was running down in 19th position. Anastasia Tuyi will pick up a place, even though she's been lapped on those slick tyres. I am looking at her lap times, however. She hasn't improved on her best lap in the last couple of laps, but I think that's because she's been allowing faster traffic to go through. Here, though, is the battle rejoined once again. It's for 3rd place. It's Stevens versus Bark versus Blankenberg. They lap another driver going slowly. That could have been Sebastian Brand going slowly. And now Stevens beginning to defend, going through turn number 14. They crosses the line through turn number 1. 3, the clock. Well, next time around, the leader will get the 2 laps to go board. And there's Stevens being passed, coming out of turn number 4 by 211, Jim Bark. And Bark into the roundabout now. Will have to try and defend against one of Team Netherlands' members this year. And in fact, there's his teammate. There's Bark's teammate, 2-1, Beaudette Blankenberg, having a look at Stevens. So Stevens' car obviously not as happy as it could be in these drying conditions. Just checking to see. Now suddenly Anastasia Tooley's lap times come tumbling down. She has just gone round in a 1:01.3. Tish van Wijk's fastest lap is a 56.392. But look at that, in the space of a few minutes, Anastasia Tooley has been able to improve her lap time by 10 seconds per lap. She's still a couple of seconds slower than those drivers on wet tyres, but the wet tyre performance is only going to get worse from this point onwards. The slick tyre performance, provided it doesn't rain, is only going to get better. And that gives everybody the next couple of races a bit of a headache. The last lap board has gone out. Tish van Wijk on to his final lap, and still we are looking at the 3rd place battle coming around turn number 13 now. Boaz Maximov is 16 seconds behind our leader, with Jim Bark and Beaudette Blankenberg a further 22 seconds behind. T. Stevens has dropped to 5th and is beginning to fall away, so I think there may be a problem developing with that kart. Then it's Oliver Janssen, Luca van Leer, Max Sadursky has fallen back to 8th, Aaron Wieder and Rocco Kier are next in line. Battles going on. That is Tish van Wijk lapping Sebastian Brand, I believe that was. And the checkered flag comes out for Tish van Wijk. And we still wait for 2nd place driver Ryan Clements Bosch, Lou Don Engelsman, Kian Shah, Tony van Leersum, all a lap down. So Tish van Wijk lapped everybody up to 19th place, Levi Driesch in that one. But Van Wijk wins by 17 seconds over Maximov. And then it's Jim Bark in 3rd, Beaudette Blankenberg in 4th. We've still got karts coming across the line now. And I have to say that with Tish van Wijk only had 7 other drivers within half a minute of him at the end of those 13 laps. That is an incredible performance. As we look at your full results, Van Wijk, Maximov, Bark, Beaudette Blankenberg, Tish Stevens, then Oliver Janssen, Luca van Leer, Max Sadursky, Aaron Wieder and Rocco Keur. The last 2 drivers in the top 10. Bran van der Wegen, Boris Verhagen at 11th and 12th. Henry Melchior from 26th to 13th. Good result for Henry. Then Jur Valkenaars, Rick Corporal, Vince Driesch. Then Lieke van Bokkel, Filip Wisniewski. So Filip Wisniewski, the driver, well, let's have a look, where was he in the points? Can't quite see. Wisniewski was next. Here is a look at some of the drivers that finished a lap down, but only one driver, Jort van Ikelen, failed to finish. And that concludes the Junior Rotax opening heat. Next up is Seniors. Senior Rotax set to begin at 3 o'clock, so they'll be going out onto the circuit as soon as The track is clear. There's only one kart to recover, however. So we should see the biggest field of the day. 31 drivers in total heading out very shortly. Senior Rotax drivers heading out onto the circuit, 31 of them on a damp but drying track. And it just gives me a chance, before we run through the grid, to say hello to everybody watching this on the Chrono Karting YouTube channel. This is being brought to you via the Camp Company broadcasting team. And hello to everybody in the Karting Armchair Experts group. I know they have 10,000 members, nearly 10,000 members. Some of those are Dutch. So if you are a Karting Armchair Expert member watching this, please let the group know who you're cheering for so we can widen the entire karting community. Here is your starting lineup. Bram Ossiswaarde and Tommy van der Stroys are on row number 1. Wout Kirstjens and Ralph van der Pever on row number 2. Bram Plomp and Siem van Wiele on row 3. Mika van der Pever and Jort van Wyk on row number 4. Devian Royst and Steen Peters on row 5. Jaden Tien and Flynn Fitters on row 6. Krit Knoren and Cas Boschhaus on row number 7. Row 8 will be Marth Snell and Dean Winters. Row 9, Mike Maastricht and Mitch Haynett. Row 10, Wesley Eckhart and Martin Herrera. Row 11, Gwen Blockschiel and Enzo von Diekenberg. Row 12, Dylan Hummel and Dominic Scheppers. Row 13, Max Costa and Enzo Zani. Row 14, Sven Slagmerlen and Benjamin Van Hees. Felipe Falk and Julian Klossman go from row number 15. Luca Bremer will round out your starting lineup. Jaden Tien leads the championship with 634 points from Tommy van der Stroys and Mika van der Pevert. Those 3 drivers will all represent Team Netherlands in a very, very strong senior Rotax category this year. I have to say the Dutch team are looking as strong as they have done for some time. I think the last time, let me rack my brains, the last time we had a Dutch Rotax Grand Finals champion, Martin van Leeuwen, DD2, in 2021, I believe. And I'm sure that someone here will correct me if I am wrong, if we've had a Dutch winner since then. But the Netherlands, with a very, very strong Rotax tradition. Ricardo Momskana, Dennis Kroijs, Robert De Haan, Chris Hannon, just to name a few of the former Grand Finals champion to hail from this country. But now, all eyes on the current generation of Dutch senior Rotax stars. Bram Ossewaarde, Tommy van der Stroys on row number 1. It looks like we are on slick tyres for this one, and I think that is probably the way to go. We'll have a little look as they cross the line. Yep, everybody nearly on slick tyres. Somebody at the back slow away there. That was the number 369 kart of Max Costa. Now we got problems down at turn number 4. Kart spinning included. Well, the race leader almost getting turned round under braking. Oh, there are 3 drivers off there. One of them is number 313, Gwen Blockschiel. And she, in that Esprit chassis, had a kart on top of her. Couldn't quite see which number it was. Yellow flag is still waving. The leaders, though, head through turns 11, 12 and 13. And, well, it was Bram Ossewaarde who almost spun going into turn number 4 on the opening lap. And Ossewaarde has managed, well, he's fallen back quite some way. He's fallen back to 11th position. Still yellow flags waving down at turn number 4. At least one driver out of the race. Oh, and that would be, let's have a little look at the kart that's walking, the driver walking with the Lando Norris race suit. That was Luca Bremer out of the race. So it was Bremer who had sort of mounted the front end of Gwen Blockschiel's kart. Max Costa also in difficulties down at turn number 4 there. Julian Klossman as well going for a spin. But 2 of the 3 drivers that did get their karts fully rotated were able to continue on. But Tommy van der Stroys now assuming the lead at the head of the group, with Wout Kirstens in second in kart number 366. Then it looks like 2 teammates, Bram Plomp and Ralph van der Peyvert. Behind van der Peyvert is Mika van der Peyvert in kart 386. Oh, more yellow flags waving. And that is somebody in the tyres coming out of turn 7 and 8. And that driver does manage to extricate themselves from the tyres and continue on his merry way. But Tommy van der Stroys ahead by 1.3 seconds over this line of drivers behind him there, being led by the 366 of Wout Kirstens. Bram Plomp is there, followed by Ralph van der Peyvert. Behind Bram van der Peyvert, Ralph van der Peyvert is Jort van Wijk. Jort van Wijk in kart number 333. There's the Belgian colours on the tips of his rear bumper. Then behind them is the orange and black and white machine of Siem van Vliet. Van Vliet is Jane Tien. So Tien already up 3 places, our championship leader. There is Tien just throwing that red and white livery kart into turn number 4. And Steen Peters, Cas Buschhaus, and Bram Ossewaarde still down in 11th position, followed by Devian Royst, Enzo van Dickenberg. Enzo van Dickenberg, a driver, independent driver, privateer entry, but comes all the way to the UK every year to compete in Kart Masters. And I am told that the Van Dickenberg VW race bus has already done nearly 400,000 kilometres, transporting driver, family and Sodi kart around Europe. Well, around that is you know, a great little story. And Van Dickenberg is up into P13 now. You can see the orange and white and black Sodi kart just coming into turn number 4 now. Here is the battle once again for second, third, fourth and fifth positions. Kirstjens, Plomp, Van der Pavert and Van Wyk. 4 drivers, and there is the second of the traditionally liveried Tony Kart machines. That is Jort Van Wyk in kart 333, moving into third place. There goes Jaden Tien picking up another place. Crossing the line, there is one of the Falcon karts. That looked like the 325. It couldn't be the 325, there is no 325. I think it could be the 345 of Devian Royst going through. But good scrap on a hat. Oh, and there's a kart parked just on the outside of the roundabout there. Driver standing at the side, trying to see who that is. The answer is it is Julian Klossman or Martin Herrera, who neither of whom have completed the last lap. Herrera or Klossman out of the race. Certainly though, this is a much closer battle than we have seen so far, and that just is because track conditions are now drying out. And handing here, so yellow flag still waving at the roundabout. And that driver, oh, now he walks away from his kart, looking very displeased indeed, although you have to say that it's been there now for over a lap. You give the drivers a fair chance to restart, but you know, not a full lap. At some point you've just got to say, look, I know you're right at the edge of the circuit, it's not far to push, but you're in the mud, it's time to give it up. And so, and it was actually classified as out of the race. Marth Snell has also had an issue, so we're down to just 27 drivers now. And Snell, Herrera and Klossman joining Luca Brima on the sidelines. As we look at the number 357 kart of Siem Van Vliet. Van Vliet is in 8th place, so at the tail end, 8th, 7th, 6th, 5th. Well, 5th at the moment is Ralph van der Pavert, or is that Jaden Tien now up into P5? I think it is Jaden Tien. So a great recovery from a poor qualifying session for Jaden Tien, yes, who has gone past Ralph van der Pavert. Ralph has now got his namesake Mika van der Pavert in the 386 kart behind him. There's a move further back, and that is Devian Royst, Enzo van Dickenberg, Benjamin van Hees and Bram Ossersvaarder all battling. Ossersvaarder has made no progress. Sadly, a fantastic qualifying result, and it all went wrong at turn number 4. He dropped to 11th, and that is where Bram has stayed. Now the next battle is for second place, coming through turn number 14. Now on your screens, Wout Kirstjens defending hard from Jort Van Wyk. Bram Plomp is now the next driver that Jaden Tien has to try and negotiate. There goes Tien, the second of those 5 karts, the back of your screen. Here's the move for P2, and it is Jort Van Wyk, who moves into second place. Dutch, but he does have the Belgian colours on the outside corners of his team. And now, does that signify? I can see one of the multitude of Beaudette power stickers on his on his nose cone. Yeah, they are. So Beaudette power. So he's a Dutch driver, but he's Belgian propelled this weekend. And now Bram Plomp trying to hold off Jaden Tian. Oh, is that a problem for Tian? Is that Jaden Tian slowing down? Let's have a look coming out of turn number 4. Somebody looked like it was Jaden Tian's kart. We'll soon find out. Here is the battle still for second position. Tommy van der Stroys is 3.5 seconds up the road. We've got 3 laps remaining. We'll soon see who that was. I'm sure it was Tien. I'm sure the championship leader has gone across the line. Yes, it is. Tien out of the race. And he pushes his kart. There he is with a white and black race suit on. It slowed coming into turn number 4. I wonder if he flicked the chain off or something, because he just suddenly lost drive in that kart. So, championship leader out of the race. Although he does have a 94-point championship lead, so he won't be, and this will, I'm sure, be one of his dropped scores. Meanwhile, 2 laps to go. Out of, well, make that 1 lap to go now. Van der Stroys is away at the front. Who is going to be second? Jort van Wijk or Wout Kerstens? Or Wout Kerstens, rather. There goes the mean green machine of Mitch Haynett. Mitch Haynett is 15th at the moment. I have to say, the biggest mover is Benjamin Van Hees, who started right at the back. Oh, as I say that, Van Hees goes off in kart 340. So Van Hees was up into 9th place, and the minute I mention him, he throws it off going into, oh, I'm sorry, for those of you in the Netherlands that are not used to the phrase, the curse of the commentator, that was a prime example of the curse of the commentator. Where does Benjamin Van Hees cross the line? The answer is not yet, and still not yet. Oh dear. And Benjamin Van Hees finishes 18th. He still gains 10 places. However, he was on course to gain 20 places. So Tommy van der Stroys takes the win here in the opening senior Rotax race of the day, the pre-final of senior Rotax, by 4 seconds from Jort van Wijk. Wout Kerstens is 3rd, Bram Plomp is 4th, Mika van der Pevert is 5th, Ralph van der Pevert is 6th, then CM van Vliet, Devian Royst, a great drive up into the top 10. Enzo van Dickenberg gains more places than anybody else after Mr. Hess's mistake on the last lap, Mr. Hees's mistake on the last lap. Flynn Fitters finishes 10th, followed by Cas Boshaus, Bram Osseswaarde, Stian Peters, Mitch Haynett, Kirit Knoren, Dean Winters, Dominic Sheppers, Benjamin Van Hees, Felipe Falk, and the top 20 rounded out by Wesley Eckhart. Then it is Max Costa, Sven Slagmolen, Mike Maastricht, Dylan Hummel, Enzo Zani, Gwen Blockgil, and sadly Jaden Tien, Marth Snell, Martin Herrera, Julian Klossman, and on the opening couple of corners, it was sadly going out of the race, Luca Bremer. Well, so now we look ahead to the opening DD2 and DD2 Masters race here at Circuit Park Berghem. Track being cleared, several drivers on the recovery vehicle from the previous senior Rotax race. Now this will be a combined grid. We have 18 drivers in total. The drivers whose kart numbers are in the 400s, they are the main DD2 class, Rotax's ultimate class, and the drivers whose karts are in the numbers in the 500s, they are the Masters. Drivers who are over 31 years of age. Wait, for some of the drivers, somewhat a lot older than 31 years of age, but in karting, you're only as young as the kart you race. And the DD2 karts, the fastest members of the Rotax family. It'll be a 10-minute plus 2-lap race. And they'll be on circuit very, very shortly indeed. And once again, it gives me an opportunity to say a big thank you to the sponsors of this season's live stream, the Karting Champions League, VAG Technique, Acer and Vitteraf Racing, and also a big welcome to Van Tienen Coffee Machines, who have been powering the officials here at Berghem very well indeed. Now, DD2. This year, in the Rotax Grand Finals, the Netherlands will be represented by 3 drivers in DD2. Sem Knopjes, Axel Ghosh and Enzo Ball. Enzo is not racing here this weekend. He is elsewhere. He'll be back at Sarno next weekend. Axel Ghosh and Sem Knopjes. I have to say, Sem might be the first driver. It's his first time at the Grand Finals. It is not the Knoppers family's first time. Maurice Knoppers, his dad, who's also making his return to the Grand Finals in the E20 class. And we're very, very pleased to have the Knoppers family once again represented at the Grand Finals. So here's your starting lineup then. Bas Lammers, the returning, the famous, the fabled, the one and only Bas Lammers, who earlier this week had a crash helmet returned to him that was stolen in France 5.5 years ago. And it was found in a sports bar with a load of other sporting memorabilia. I have a feeling that sports bar needs to start checking some of the provenance of its memorabilia. But a special crash helmet for Bas Lammers, which has a lot of very special family memories for Bas, is on its way back to its rightful home. And Bas starts from pole position alongside the fast lady, Imke Arts. Nicholas Guillaume and Sem Knoppers go from row number 2. Mark van der Kamp and Rick van der Straat are on row number 3. Derek van Kurt and Axel Ghosh are on row number 4. And Malte Schlatterer, along with the best of the Masters, Niels Bowler, goes from row number 5. Lissan Kelstra and Bas Blan Vlimmerman are next. Then it's Dimitri Ostrovsky, Wim Rouleau. Wim is this year's Dutch representative in the DD2 Masters category in the Grand Finals. Wim on row number 7, followed by Dominic Ummels, Brett Ottes, Ton van Viet and Carl Claribo. So they are your full starting lineup. Again, the drivers whose karts are numbered in the 400s are your DD2 drivers. The drivers whose karts are numbered in the 500s are your DD2 Masters. The same kart, the same engine, a slightly different weight limit and a slightly different age limit as well. To drive a Masters kart, you have to be 31 years and older. Bas Lammers did enter DD2 Masters and then went, no, I'm going to go in the main category. Championship positions, well, Sem Knoppers leads Nicholas Guillaume by 6 points. Imke Arts is third on 600 points. Axel Gauche has 595. It is very close at the top. These carts come into the tram lines. Lights go out. We're off and racing. It's a good, clean start from the two front row drivers, but Bas Lammers leads them into turn number one. Imke Arts of the Sheepers Racing Service, is still there in second place. Everybody else cleanly through turn number 4. The 444 cart of Nicholas Guillaume is next, and then it looks like Sam Knoppers. And behind Sam Knoppers, Mark van der Kamp, Derek van Kurt, Rick van der Straat, Axel Gauche. Axel Gauche looking to make up for a poor qualifying effort. It's a 4-driver championship, really. Bas Lammers has his seasonal debut back in DD2, so he is already showing the rest a clean pair of heels. Bas Lammers, well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're new to watching karting, you are now watching, well, not at the moment, but when we go back to Bas Lammers, you're watching not one of the Netherlands' best drivers of the last 20, 25 years, one of the best kart racers in the world of the last 20, 25 years, Bas Lammers. There he is, looking over his shoulder, already pulling away. He has done so much work, worked for Sony Kart for many years, works as a driver coach and a team consultant for some of the very, very best in the world. Off track, Bas is one of the nicest human beings you will meet. On track, he is an animal. He makes no friends on track, but he has so many friends off track. And the most remarkable thing about Bas, he is deaf. So he senses the engine note of the kart through the vibrations in the seat. He quite literally drives by what his backside tells him to. So that is remarkable. And again, always checking over his shoulder because, you know, peripheral vision is all he's got. He's got no, he can't hear the engines behind him. And it is. So you watch this live stream back, just look at the way that Bas drives. He's got a very upright driving style, has Bas. His shoulders are quite high compared to some of the other drivers. Using that tuck-down technique. Imke Arts and Nicholas Guillaume by fighting over second and third. The Sheepers Racing Service, as a Welshman, if you're not quite sure why the Welsh and sheep are so well known together, just look it up on Google. But any team with the word sheep in them is a Welshman's favourites, I have to say. And Imke Arts leading Nicholas Guillaume. They're not allowing Bas Lammers to pull away too much. So Lammers is sharing a garage with Carl Cleribo, who is already at the 14th position. There is a look, there's a battle going on. Side by side, tyre smoke. Oh, the number 420 kart of Sam Knoppers running out of room. Trying to get up the inside of Nicholas Guillaume going into the roundabout. Guillaume was just coming across, take the racing line, and Sam Knoppers just up over the curb, a brief rotation. He does get going again, but that reduces the number of drivers in the fight for second position down to 3. We're looking at the number 421, Imke Arts. She is holding up her teammate now, number 474, Mark van der Kamp. Mark van der Kamp for Brand Racing. Danny Brand's team, which does a lot of work, well, based out in the Middle East. but the familiar brand racing liveries here. There is the move, or not. The case may be Imke Arts, though. She is certainly the cork in the bottle. And, oh, she's not letting the brand racing cart through. Number 474 of Mark van der Kamp. Behind them is the leading Masters driver. That's 552. That is Bas van Vlimmeren. So Van Vlimmeren in that the blue and white livery cart is at the head of the order. Guillaume has gone through, so Imke Arts having an issue. Definitely Imke Arts has a problem. Maybe a flat tyre developing. She's lost 5 seconds. And I wonder if there is a slow puncture or something like that. Now, we'll have to try and see, but I think it was Imke Arts who it was Imke Arts defending and not Nicholas Guillaume when CM Knoppers had his problem. So maybe I would hazard a guess, if there was to be a puncture, it would be the right rear. A problem with the right rear of Imke Arts' cart. That's just speculation. Can she pick up the pace now? Because she does have this train of vehicles behind her. Behind the leading Masters cart is Rick van der Straat in cart number 495. That would be the Sony cart chassis, the cart 4th in line. And behind van der Straat is Malte Schlatterer, then Axel Gauche and Niels Bowler. Sem Knoppers is down in 10th, but not part of this battle. And, well, there is Sem Knoppers just at the bottom of your screen. He's in front of Dimitri Ostrovsky, Wim Rouleau, Derek Van Kurt, then Carl Claribo in 14th position. Brett Otters is 15th. Lissan Kjelstra is 16th. Dominic Hummels is 17th. And Ton van Viet is 18th. And no, maybe it was just a temporary issue for Imke Arts. She has picked up the pace again. But it is strange how she was battling with Nicholas Guillaume just behind Bas Lammers. And now suddenly she's 7 seconds behind Bas Lammers. But you know, she is now stretching her advantage again over Mark van der Kamp and Bas van Vlimmeren. Oh dear, 2 drivers, the 540 and the 410. That's Brett Otters and Carl Claribo having a discussion over the same piece of real estate. Both of them going for a spin, and that will drop them back from 14th and 15th to pretty much last place. All 18 carts are still running. As we head to turn number 14. Here is your Masters leader, the number 552 kart. That's the competitive kart racing team entry. Bas van Vlimmeren. It's a very smart looking go-kart, but competitive kart racing, I've said it to their faces, that's a terrible team name. We've got to think of something more dynamic. The kart looks so good. Team name, work to do. Answers on a postcard. Let's think of a team name that matches how good the kart performs and how good the kart looks. But, there goes, well, there goes Bas van Vlimmeren passing Martin van der Kamp. So that puts Vlimmeren up into 4th place overall. Leading by a country mile in Masters. Niels Bowler in 7th place is the next Masters. And Niels Bowler is ahead of Axel Gauche. Now, why Axel Gauche is having such an off day is anybody's guess. Axel will be representing Team Netherlands in Sarno in 2 weeks' time. There, Ton van Viet to the back of the field. He is the oldest competitor here, the ageless wonder, Ton van Viet. As we've got Shem Knoppers making a move there at turn number 4, and that passing Axel Ghost. So Sem is fighting back now into 8th position overall. As we look at Van Vlimmeren, comfortably in front of the Sony kart of Rick van der Straat. And Van der Straat now in front of Van der Kamp as well. Sorry, if I'm getting my Van D's and my Van Ders wrong, I do apologise to the Dutch audience. Probably getting a lot wrong. So I apologise for all my mistakes to the Dutch audience. Alex Goldschmidt, your regular commentator, is well versed in many languages. French, German, as well as English. I tend to struggle with English, but I'm Welsh, and I can't do the commentary in Welsh because that would alienate all 100% of the people watching, I believe. Anyway, back to the track action. Bas Lammers. Well, he has only raced in this series. This is the first time this year that Bas has been out in one of the Rotax classes in this season. He has very rarely gets behind the wheel. Now, has he raced in the KZ2 class this year? No. Has he raced in the KZ2 Masters class this year? No, he hasn't. So this is a rare treat indeed for Dutch karting, having Bas. Rare treat indeed for Bas Lammers, and he is now, well, next time by he will see the last lap board, will Bas Lammers. We've got 2 laps to go at the moment. And Nicholas Guillaume, 2.5 down in P2. We're looking on screen at battles further down the field. There's Sem Knoppers closing in on Malte Schlatter. Malte Schlatter holding on to 7th place. Up the road though, Bas Lammers is coming into turns 9 and 10 now. Now he comes through turn number 11 for Bas Lammers. Through turn number 12. Around turn 13, we're watching Sem Knoppers, but Bas Lammers is about to make a hugely triumphant return. There he goes. Checkered flag for Bas Lammers. Nicholas Guillaume finishes 2nd. Imke Arts is 3rd. Bas Van Vlimmeren in 4th and wins Masters, followed by Rick van der Straat, Martin van der Kamp. Niels Bowler is 7th and 2nd in Masters. Sem Knoppers is 8th. Axel Ghost is 9th. Malte Schlatter rounds out your top 10. Ahead of Dmitry Ostrowski, then Derek van Kurt, Wim Rouleau, Dominic Hummels, Lisanne Kjelstra, Brett Otters, Carl Claribo, and Ton van Viert will round out the finishers in 18th position, but Bas Lammers on his Tony kart makes a fantastic return to domestic Dutch karting, and there are so many people in this paddock that Bas has coached or helped over the years, and now he's showing that doesn't matter how many years away from the driving seat you are, then you never forget how to do it. And that was the opening DD2 and DD2 Masters race. That's the end of the Rotax class pre-finals. Next up will be our KZ2 Masters pre-final, and KZ2 Masters due to start any moment now. These will be the fastest karts we have here, 6-speed gearbox machines, standing starts. I would advise all the spectators and the people that are here just watching, find a way to the spectator fencing opposite the start-finish straight. because there is nothing in karting like the sight of a big grid of KZ2s going from 0 to 60, or from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in about 3 seconds. The green flag on the start line waves. And we are set to go in KZ2 Masters. 14 drivers in total. Wesley Duval is your championship leader. As you will see, he is starting down at the back of the grid. Reasons that remain unclear to me. Obviously an issue after qualifying for the driver of kart number 1, 2, 3. It means that Glenn van der Hoek is on pole position. Van der Hoek will lead Mick Bertram to the line. Bertram on the outside of row number 1. Mark Verhoeven and Baz Schouten on row number 2. Oh, and there is a brief spin for, I believe that was number 117, Gert van der Brink. He'll be starting a bit further down. On row number 3, we will have Niels Kuster and Mike Hendricks. Row 4, Floris Schouten and Bas Steen. Row 5, Edgar Oosting, and, once he has recovered from his spin, Gert van den Brink. Then Martin Versteeg, Anton Gidding, William van der Keisch, and Wesley Duval. So, with cloudy grey skies overhead, so, confirmed from the officials here that Wesley Duval, well, the toilet break that he took just before time qualifying was a costly one because he was underweight after qualifying. And so, well, we've had the lunch break since qualifying, so he hopefully has filled up this circuit here, Circuit Park Berghem. A very good restaurant here, very good facilities. Just behind the camera point, opposite the track, we have the motocross circuit as well. So it's Circuit Park Berghem, not just Kart Park Berghem. But here we go then. Into the tram lines, the KZ2 Masters line up for a standing start. This is the pre-final. 10 minutes plus 2 laps. Championship leader starting at the back. All eyes as the engine notes rise. Lights are on, lights are out, we're off and racing. It's a good start from the outside of the front row. Side by side, Mick Bertram trying to squeeze across in front of the pole sitter, and he does. Then he gets squeezed wide, and I think it is Glenn van den Hoek on that CKR machine, just trying to scrub some of the residual moisture off his tyres before he gets the roundabout, who has the advantage as the field stream through turn number 6. and head up to the infield section now. Up through the gears, down into turn number 10. You can see how physical these drivers have got to be on a circuit that is as tight and as twisting in some parts as this Circuit Park Berghem. Drivers changing up and down through the box. A lot of time they're doing about a third of the lap. Oh, dearie me, that cameraman, that photographer was dicing with, well, rather his legs than mine, but if his photographs are good, then more power to him. But here we go, the top four come out of turn number 4. It is Glenn Vandenhoek leading Mark Verhoeven in the black cart. Then it is 2 CRGs, third and fourth, Bas Schouten and Mick Bertram, who made a good start initially, but then got squeezed to the inside going through turn number 1 and had to back out of it. There are the top 4. Behind the top 4, Niels Costa is 5th. Then it's Hendricks, Steen, Oosting, Floris Schouten. Wesley de Waal is up into 10th position already. 4. Let's try and count them back. De Waal was 10th. Has he made up any places? De Waal crosses the line in 8th position now. So Wesley de Waal up into P8, side by side very briefly for 3rd. De Waal on that Birrell ART cart, I believe that Wesley is driving. Looking very strong. Obviously, it was a minor infraction, but still, minor infraction not. If you're underweight, that is an exclusion. But here we go, up at the front. Cart number 141. Glenn Vandenhoek defending from Mark Verhoeven. Through turns 11, 12, and down towards turn 13. They now go up through the gears. Almost full track through turn number 14. Yellow flags waving. Somebody has gone off at the first complex. And drivers, you can see their hands in the air, no overtaking. And obviously the driver in question has, I think it is, let's have a little look. I think it might be Mike Hendricks who has gone off. Mike Hendricks and Martin Versteeg have both failed to come round. I can't see from my commentary position who has gone off, but it's Martin Versteeg has gone off. And at the first complex. And let's have a look though, yellow flag still waving on the start-finish line. So this is going to prevent Mark Verhoeven from challenging the race leader until they get out of that first complex. Bas Schouten and Mick Bertram, and as you can see that there's no problem there. I'm trying to see where Versteeg's cart is. It's obviously in the tyres somewhere through turns 1, 2 and 3. But green flags around the rest of the circuit. As we go through turn number 10. Vandenhoek, Verhoeven, neck and neck. Vandenhoek on that competitive kart racing chassis. There is another driver off the side of the circuit. That's Anton Gidding out of the race as well. And still those yellow flags waving. At turn number 1. Good battle for 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. But of course, that yellow flag situation at turn number 1 is slowing the charge of Wesley de Waal. There is a change for 3rd position. Number 134, Mick Bertram, passing Bas Schouten for P3. And I did notice further back as well, Niels Costa, Bastien swapping positions. And you just see off the side of the screen there, the Maranello kart, and still being told to slow down. So obviously there's an issue recovering the kart of Martin Versteeg. And Martin Versteeg actually is now back on track. He's completed a 4th lap as we watch Vandenhoek and Verhoeven Still neck and neck. Now this is an area that Verhoeven can make a move. Coming out to turn number 10. Now into turns 11, 12 and 13. Will we dive up the inside? Going into turn number 14? No, not quite. There's a slower kart in front of them. Yellow flags have been withdrawn. So it's now fair game to pass all around the circuit. And I'm just looking to see who that is that the leaders are going to be lapping very shortly. I think it might be Martin Versteeg, who extricated himself out of the barriers. It's actually Mike Hendricks who has gone a lap down. I think he is in the number 156 kart. Hendricks also having an issue earlier on, but the two leaders nose to tail up towards turn number 14 now. Just under 4 minutes remaining in this KZ2 Masters Pre-Final. There they go through turns 1, turns 2 and turn 3, down towards the hairpin at turn number 4 now, and then back up the straight towards the roundabout at turn number 5, down through the gears, down to another downshift. Now they pick up the speed only briefly though to turn into turn number 6, and look at that, you can see Glenn Vandenhoek changing gears as he turns in to turn number 6. We're now round turn number 10, and then through the 11 and turn 12 S's, and down towards turn number 13. Anton Gidding's Maranello kart at the side of the circuit, and another lap in the books. Finally, Glenn Vandenhoek looks like he is beginning to edge away from Mark Verhoeven. Let's have a little look. Vandenhoek, second in the championship. William van der Kees has driven up to 9th position. And Wesley de Waal is still there in 7th. The field now getting a little bit spread out. Vandenhoek, Verhoeven, Bertram, Schouten, then Bastien in 5th. Edgar Oosting is 6th. Wesley de Waal 7th. Followed by Floris Schouten in 8th. Van der Kees is 9th. Niels Kuster is back to 10th. Then Gert van den Brink is 11th. Versteeg is a couple of laps down in 12th place. Mike Hendricks has retired, as has Anton Gidding. The track virtually bone dry. And you can see Wesley de Waal trying to battle past Edgar Oosting there at turn number 4. De Waal on the red and white Birrell ART. Oosting on the Maranello kart. But your leader is number 141, Glenn Vandenhoek, on the competitive kart racing machine. It's got a sticker on the front of it that is very funny, but I cannot repeat. Mark Bertram, Baz Schouten on the 2 CRGs are next. Then, big gap back to 5th position, Bastien. Bastien has got a bit of clean air between himself and then the battle for 7th place. Oh, is it the battle between the 6th position now, actually, between Edgar Oosting and Wesley de Waal. I'm just looking back there to see where 5th. And yep, it is still the orange Sodi kart. Well, no, it's actually the Sodi kart now in front of Wesley de Waal. There they go. And Edgar Oosting on the Sodi kart now. Well, is that Oosting or is that, let's have a little look. It is the... Yes, it is the Sodi kart of Edgar Oosting leading Wesley de Waal. Floris Schouten is 8th, Van der Kees is 9th. So the Maranello leading the, I have to apologise, there is the Sodi kart of 102. That is, here's our battle between 6th and 7th. Sorry about getting a little bit confused there, my apologies. That is the Sodi kart of Oosting and the Birrell ART of Duval, and they are locked in combat. Behind them is the Maranello of Floris Schouten and the Birrell ART of William van der Kees. So there's 2 packs of karts. There's 2 groups of 2. The Birrell is the second of them in both cases. But there goes Floris Schouten on the Maranello. There's Wesley de Waal on the brakes. Up the inside at turn number 4 to move into 6th position, demoting the Sodi kart of Edgar Oosting after a fierce defence from Oosting. But up at the front, this battle is happening 10 seconds behind Glenn Vandenhoek and Mark Verhoeven. In fact, Van Vandenhoek has opened up a 1 second advantage over Verhoeven. Bertram and Bas Schouten are next. As we move on to the final lap here in KZ2 Masters, it's been an exemplary drive from Glenn Vandenhoek, who soaked up the pressure very early on. There he is, coming into turn 10 now. Mark Verhoeven, it's a long way, he's 1.1 seconds back in P2. He's just under a second in front of Bertram, who runs third. But Glenn Vandenhoek comes through turn number 14. The checkered flag is out. He takes the win and gains a lot of ground in the championship on Wesley de Waal, who crossed the line now in 6th position after starting stone last following his underweight in qualifying. But it's Glenn Vandenhoek who takes the race lead. Mark Verhoeven is second. Third for Mick Bertram. Bas Schouten is fourth. Bastien is fifth. So look at that. The Evo kart of Verhoeven, the CKR kart of Bastien, 3 CRGs as well in the top 5. Wesley de Waal, Edgar Oosting, Floris Schouten, William van der Kees, Niels Costa, Gert van den Brink, and then it is Martin Versteeg, 12th and final finisher. Mike Hendricks and Anton Gidding failed to finish. So as we watch the last driver in KZ2 Masters cross the line, we now wait for the last of the pre-finals. It's for the KZ2 class and set to start in just over a minute's time. This will be another 10 minutes plus 2-lap race. 14 more drivers in this category, led on the grid by Jeffrey Fixie. Jeffrey Fixie, who is 9th in the championship. Our points leader, Jens Troyer, is second. Now we're missing Enzo Bol from this race. Obviously Enzo racing elsewhere this weekend. Enzo will be in the DD2 class at Sarno, representing Team Netherlands. This again should be a spectacular show when they get started, and that will be very shortly. Karts on track, ladies and gentlemen, in KZ2. Here is your starting lineup. Jeffrey Fixer on pole position. Jens Troyer on the outside of row number 1. Robin Glerum, the inside of row number 2, alongside Germany's Farin Mega. Then it is Renzo Alibax and Kevin Stihauer on row number 3. Dirk van Sleefhout and Rick Musevic on row number 4. Eric Angenent and Nigel Hendricks on row number 5. Jelte Boomer and Daniel Ten Bak on row 6. Dan Zopfi and Martin van Eichten on row number 7. As we look at them going through turn number 4 on their second rolling lap. Jeffrey Fixer, Jens Troyer, Farin Mega on the Kartspiel Deutschland entry. He is a former Grand Finals champion in Minimax for his home nation of Germany. And now he is in the main class. And for drivers who are interested in, there's always got to be an underdog in karting in every race. And a lot of people are rooting for the underdog. And if you're looking for one in this race, look no further than driver number 266, Nigel Hendricks. Now, why do I say that? Well, that is a very unique go-kart, and it's a very unique engine. And of course, in KZ2, there are a number of engine builders, and there is a little bit of technical freedom. Obviously, there are, lots of rules and regulations regarding the gearbox and engine and the various components that are standard. But there are areas where different engine builders can try things different and use a bit of old-fashioned, ingenuity and lateral thinking outside the box, as it were. And that chassis, it is a unique chassis for Nigel Hendricks. It's a Motori 7 engine, which is a unique engine in this class. The only, let's have a little look. The chassis is called, it's the AT Motorsport team that are running it, but the chassis in kart number 266 is the, is it the Orsalon kart? I'm trying, the Obertron kart for 266. It's the Obertron chassis. It's an Italian chassis, and with a Motori 7 engine. Very unique design to that car. Lights are out, and somebody at the front got an excellent start. Somebody at the middle of the row didn't get away at all well, and one of the Maranellos, I think, has gone. That's number 265, Eric Angenent, out of the race before we're even underway. And was there a jump start? Because I have to say, Jeffrey Fixer got away very, very well indeed. Jeffrey Fixer leading Jens Troyer. We'll pick up the rest of the order as they come at the end of lap number 1, but we're into turn number 10 now. The Maranello kart leads the CRG. Jens Troyer trying to capitalise on Enzo Boll's absence. I think it may have been the Mach 1 kart of Farin Mega, who was very slow away. Well, Jeffrey Fixie made a great start. Renzo Alibax is up into second on his CRG in front of fellow CRG driver Jens Troyer. Robin Glerum leads the first of those 3 red and white Birrell ART karts, with Kevin Stihauer and Dirk van Silfhout next. Then Daniel Ten Bak and Rick Miewitz in 8th. Jelte Boomer is 9th. Oh, there is the number 272 kart out. That's Dan Zopfi. So down to 12 runners already. And the leader charging away up at the front, but I can already see on my timing screen a 3-second penalty for race leader Jeffrey Fixie for a jump start. Now that is not, it's not good, but it's not complete disaster for Fixie. Renzo Alibax, there he is, kart number 214, leading Jens Troyer. He's got to try and stay within 3 seconds of Jeffrey Fixie. This group now have to try and work together. If they fight amongst themselves, then they will slow each other down and potentially give Fixie a 3-second lead. If they just sort of all stay in line and try and tow their way up to the leader, then Fixie will lose more than just one position. At the moment, there are 6 karts within 3 seconds. Sorry, 5 of the karts within 3 seconds. There is a move down at turn number 4, and that was Farin Mega on the very slow starting Mark 1 kart, now picking up speed. He made a bad getaway, did the German driver, but now he is charging back up through the order. He's already passed Nigel Hendricks, Martin van Eygen, Hjalte Boomer, and I think that was Farin moving up into 8th position past Rick Mievis. But this battle now for third position, Renzo Alibax is away and in front of this battle. This is Jens Troyer trying to hold off, count them. Oh, and he's not holding them off anymore because he runs a little bit wide at turn number 4. And here he goes, fighting back now, trying to repass over that bump. Oh, and they touch. There was a big jump on the inside of the back straight there that unsettled Jens Troyer, and Robin Glerum on the outside had nowhere to go. And Glerum out of the race. Jens Troyer, championship leader, will now be well over 3 seconds behind race leader Jeffrey Fixie. Fixie only 9th in the point standings, not really a factor, but still Troyer he's down in 6th position, just in front of Farin Mega. He wants to pick up as many places, have as many good results as possible in Enzo Ball's absence. But that incident promoted Kevin Stihauer into 3rd position. Dirk van Silpout is now 4th, with Daniel Tenbach in 5th. Jens Troyer is 6th. Mega 7th, then Rick Miuswitz, Hjalte Boomer and Nigel Hendricks. Martin van Eyden is the last kart running, so Glerum out of the race, obviously with a bit of damage to his kart. As we come through turn number 14, we watch that blue and white kart in the middle of those 3 drivers on your screen. That is the Kartspiel Deutschland machine of Farin Mega, and last the late breakers, he parks it on the turn 4 apex. Farin Mega moves up another position in kart 245. That will put him actually in, that was passing championship leader Jens Troyer into 6th position. His next target is kart number 277. There he is, the red and white Birrell. Well, that's 217, I do apologise. 211 even, of Kevin Stihauer. Farin Mega has got a big gap now to close before he gets up to Dirk van Silpout in 5th position. But still, after falling back to virtually last at the start, Mega will be pleased with his comeback drive. We've still got 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go, however. Now, lap times, or gaps at the front. Jeffrey Fixie, 1.7 seconds in front of Renzo Alibax. This battle, for 3rd position you're watching, that is 5 seconds behind Fixie. So at the moment, that 3-second penalty for Fixie will only drop him to 2nd. And now there are penalties a 3-second penalty for Robin Glerum. Well, his cup of misery is already full because he's out of the race. But your championship leader, Jens Troyer, who's already back to 7th place on the road, has been given a 10-second penalty for unsportsmanlike driving. We saw what precipitated that. It was on your screens and it resulted in Robin Glerum having to retire from the race. But that will drop Jens Troyer. Well, at the moment he's just in front of kart 204, Rick Mujovic. And that will drop Troyer, behind Jelte Boomer, maybe behind Nigel Hendricks as well. 2.5 minutes remaining. So Troyer, yeah, he would be down behind, well, he'd be down behind Nigel Hendricks. You see him just going through your screen there in kart 266. So this would not be the type of result that Jens Troyer wanted with his main title rival Enzo Ball not here this weekend. It's not the type of result you wanted, considering that Farin Mega is recovering well from making a very poor start. So Jens Troyer, over-exuberant, I think is the best word we can use. He crosses the line, 7th on the road. Mujovic behind him. There's Jelte Boomer. There is that Oberon kart. Spoke about earlier, Nigel Hendricks doing a good job in 10th position ahead of Martin van Eyden. With 90 seconds to go, Jeffrey Fixer is now 2 seconds in front of Renzo Alibax. All Jeffrey has to do is find another 9/10 of a second and he will make up for his 3-second penalty for jumping the start. And the gap grows by another 0.2 of a second to 2.2 seconds. Fixer has got to get his head down. There is Alibax just leaving your screen. Here's the 3rd and 4th, 5th and 6th place karts. And wow, Farin Mega has closed a 3-second deficit to Dirk van Sleefhout. Farin Mega could yet pick up more places. Well, he's going to pick up one more position when, no, he's already ahead of Jens Troyer. So we were looking at Daniel Tenbach there in kart 223 being chased by the 211 of Kevin Stehauer. Then it is Dirk van Sleefhout and a charging Farin Mega. Mega on that gold and purple Mach 1 chassis. Gets very wide coming out of turn 14. He is sizing up for a move down at turn number 4. Is he close enough? Not quite. And Renzo Alibax has got the message that he needs to put his foot down because he has started to reel Jeffrey Fixer in. The gap was out to 2.2 seconds. It's now down to 2.1. Now, next time by, it'll be 2 laps to go. And there are spots of rain in the air. The sun is shining, but as you can see on our Camp Company cameras, there are some spots of rain. This will make the last 2 laps very treacherous indeed. Lap times have already fallen off. There's the move from Farin Mega. Trademark turn 4 move up the inside, stamp on the brakes, park it on the apex, and then up through the gears to accelerate your way out of trouble. And Fixer's lead is shrinking. So, and of course, Jeffrey Fixer is the first kart along to the changing track conditions. So Renzo Alibax has got a little bit of time to react to the changing grip. There goes our leaders on to the final lap. Here's the 3rd place battle between Tenbach and Stehauer. Then it's Mega and van Sleefhout. Jens Troyer looks over his shoulder, but he is a long way back, and it'll get even worse for him when his 10-second penalty is applied at the end of this race. But Jeffrey Fixer, he's going to win on the road, but Renzo Alibax, he laps Martin van Eyden. Renzo Alibax, 1.6 seconds behind him in kart number 214, is going to take the victory once this driver on your screen now has their 3-second penalty enforced. Fixer leads. His triumph will turn to dejection very shortly when he sees that he's been given a 3-second jump start penalty, and Renzo Alibax will be your unofficial winner. Fixer will take second, however. Daniel Tenbach is third. Kevin Stehauer is fourth. Farin Mega is fifth. Dirk van Sleefhout is sixth. And then Rick Miewicz, Jelte Boomer, and Jens Troyer will be classed next. Nigel Hendricks will finish 10th, and Martin van Eyden, the last driver still running. Sadly, Robin Glerum and Dan Zopfi retired, as did Eric Angenent. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes the pre-finals here at Circuit Park Berghem. You are watching the 7th event of the 2024 Dutch Rotax Max Championship and the Dutch National Championship for KZ2, courtesy of Chrono Karting and our sponsors, VAG Technique, who is Acer, Vita Raf Racing, and Van Tienen Coffee Machines. We'll be back very shortly with the main events themselves, the finals. The first final out will be Micromax, due to start in just 3 minutes' time. Don't go away. Here we go then, the start of today's finals here at Circuit Park Berghem. We begin with Micromax, 8 drivers. Ryan Rampadarath leading, and we'll start from pole position. Nicky Naruhito Tomase will start second. Connor Hauff will start from P3. Bruce Chirino goes from position number 4. Row number 3, position 5, will be Jesse Moonen. He'll be joined by Dimitar Lazarov. Matthias Clever and then Noah Stihauder will round out the field. Stihauder, who is this year's leading rookie, having a post-race issue after the pre-final, finds himself starting down at the back. Now, the pre-final was very wet. The circuit is now dry. The rain is staying away as we move into the late afternoon sunshine here at Berghem in the Netherlands, about 40 minutes away from the city of Eindhoven. And sort of south-central Holland or the Netherlands. And you can see the drivers working their way through turns 11 and 12, down to turn number 13. The championship so finely poised between Rampadarath and Tomasa. Tomasa will represent Team Netherlands in this year's Rotax Grand Finals. Rampadarath wants to be Dutch Rotax Micromax champion. He will have to wait a little bit longer before getting this race underway, as we have had a false start this race, as will all the finals. They will be 13 minutes plus a lap. What can Matthias Clever do from the back of the field? He retired from the pre-final in the very early stages. The Mean Green Machine, TB Karts, Matthias Clever. As you see, the both front row drivers there on the CRG category. There's the Haas, there's the TB Kart. A couple of Pragas as well from IPK Karting. Through turn number 10. The field being brought round very slowly. That sort of orange, black and white coloured kart, number 32. That's your pre-final winner, Ryan Rampadarath. Traditionally liveried CRG of number 25, Nicky Naruhito Tomas, is on the outside of row number 1. There you can see the number 78, the C4 Racing Praga IPK kart of Connor Hauff. Alongside the number 83 kart, Bruce Chirino, with the blue stripes on the predominantly red and black front. Then the Haas chassis. Jorn Haas, still the only driver, I believe, to win the World Karting Championship on a chassis he built himself. Lights go out, we go racing here at Berghem into turn number 1. It's a good start from both front row drivers, but your pole sitter, Ryan Rampadarath, leads down into turn number 14. It's the first time that these Micromax drivers would have taken to the track in race conditions on slick tyres. And already you sense that behind Rampadarath there is a plan forming between Tomasa and Haufer. signalling to each other, saying, okay, let's work together. Let's not fight and allow the leader to get away. Let's keep chasing there again. Tomasa giving a little one-finger signal, saying, okay, let's go, let's push on. And turns over his shoulder there again. Okay, come on, push me, push me. And Hauff replies by going, okay, I'll push you. But you better get closer to the leader. And they are indeed. Good driving. Now, this is where the slipstream effect will be in full display, because Tomasa and Hauff will close right in on Rampadarath going into turn number 1, as they do. Now, will Rampadarath start to defend? Yes, he does. It's very early to defend, and now Tomas almost gets at the inside on the run out of turn number 4, down towards the roundabout. And 3 karts go in. 3 karts come out nose to tail, with, in 4th position, Bruce Chirino having made a good start. Then Yesemunen, Noah Stihuda is up in the 6th position. Lazarov and Clever round out the rest of the field. The young driver, well, Mateus Clever, based in Belgium, but Brazilian roots, has the Brazilian flag next to his name on that TB kart, as does Felipe Falk, one of the other drivers for the TB kart racing team here. But Rampadarath a little bit wide coming out to turn number 1, coming out to turn number 14 rather, and Naruhito Tomase goes around the outside of our race leader going through turn number 1. Fantastic move from Nicky Naruhito Tomasa to take the race lead around the outside of turn number 1. And now what can Rampadarath do to respond? There's action further back. Number 12 getting along, Noah Stihoda getting alongside Yesemunen. Yesemunen in the number 10 Haase kart. But now Rampadarath's got even more things to worry about, because there goes second place. Connor Hauff picks up the position, dropping Rampadarath back to P3. Do you know what? Bruce Chirino's not far back either, in 4th position. And from the back of the field, Noah Stihuda picking up ground as well. In fact, Stihuda up in the 6th position. The other driver on the Praga kart is Dimitar Lazarov in 5th position. And now Connor Hauff is looking for the race lead. Hauff came into today, and he's gone a little bit wide coming through the roundabout there, and that's going to open the door for Bruce Chirino coming into today. Connor Hauff was just 1 point behind Ryan Rampadarath. Lost a few more points to both Rampadarath and Tomasa in the pre-final. Now he's looking to gain those points back. However, Nicky Naruhito Tomasa pulling away at the front now. And Rampadarath, our pre-final winner, is down to P4. Chirino is there in third. Now, was that a little bit of steam I saw? Ooh, coming out of the top of Chirino's engine. That looks like a little bit of steam. I wonder if that is water escaping, and that could get expensive. There it is, the steam coming out of the top. He now notices it. That could be the sign of a very, very, very warm Rotax motor. Now, Rotax build these engines to withstand an awful lot of abuse, but no engine will stand the abuse once the water runs out of it, especially if it's water cooled. And Chirino is slowing down, and the problem is when the steam stops coming out of it. That normally means there's no more water, and then there's only hot metal. And then that's when it gets expensive. But Chirino is still out there. He's dropped back to 5th position. Noah Stihoda is right behind him in 6th place. And you just see, yeah, the radiator cap looks loose on Chirino's kart. It's the black cap on top of the radiator, and well, steam doesn't come out of a go-kart naturally. Let's just say that. And Chrono is losing speed. Now, he was very, very quick at the start. And now not so much as the water leaves behind. Of course, these Micromax engines, the organisers, Chrono Karting, they do an engine raffle. So Chrono Karting, they provide all the engines for Micromax and Minimax. And you have an engine lottery. And you've got to return the engine nice and cleanly. Ah, yes. There is Chrono into the pits, probably before that Micromax motor grenaded itself into many, many, many small, hot, metallic fragments. And game over, sadly, for Bruce Chrono. It means that the leading rookie in the race is now Noah Stihuda. Back at the front, however, here are your two leaders. Nikki Naruhito Tomasa in kart number 25 and the Praga kart of Connor Hauff. Connor Hauff worked well with Tomas at the start of this race. Tomas broke away briefly. Now Hauff has reeled him back in. I'm just looking. Yeah, well, in round number 5 of the championship, which was, let's have a little look as they go through the roundabout. Round 5 in Kerpen, Connor Hauff won both the pre-final and the final. Nikki Naruhito Tomas has won both the pre-final and the final in the most recent round, round number 6 of the championship at Landsgaard. The season opened in Genk and will finish in Genk. Berghem was the 2nd and the 7th round. Then 2 rounds at Landsgaard, one at Marienborg and the other in Kerpen. And the top 2, nose to tail, Rampadarath and Dimitar Lazarov. Nose to tail for 3rd position. Stihauda is 5th, Moonen is 6th, Clever is still out there in 7th position. Here we go. Here's the battle for the race lead. And Connor Hauff with the clear visor on his crash helmet. You could see his eyes open wide as he saw the inside line open up. He makes the move on championship leader Nikki Naruhito Tomasa on this lap number 8. We've got 4.5 minutes to go. A long time or potentially Nikki Naruhito Tomasa to respond. And as they continue to battle, Ryan Rampadarath and Dimitar Lazarov are closing in. The top 4 drivers start lap number 10, separated by 1.2 seconds. This is getting closer and closer and closer. Good work by Dimitar Lazarov and Ryan Rampadarath to not battle, to run nose to tail, to work with each other. And their tactics are working as we go through turns 7 and 8. Now into the technical complex at turns 9 and 10. Out of turn 10, up towards turn 11 now. They flick left, then they go right and left through turn 12, that fast chicane. Down to turn number 13, back on the power. Now, maintain as much speed as possible through the final corner, down the main start, finish straight. But despite Halfer and Thomas's best efforts, they have been caught. It's now a 4-card battle for the race lead. Into turn number 4 we go on this lap number 11. 3 minutes remaining. It's Praga versus CRG versus CRG versus Praga at the front of the field. Connor Hauff looks over his shoulder, championship leader. Tomas doesn't have a little look there. Will he have a peek at the lead going into turn number 10? Yes, he will. Takes the lead. Connor Hauff tries to respond, but Nikki Naruhito Tomasa retakes top spot. And now Connor Hauff He's going to have one eye on attacking, another eye on defending, because Rampadarath and Lazarov are right there. 2 minutes to go, and the Micromax final has come down to a 4-driver shootout. Through turn number 1, 2 and 3 we go. They're a long way in front of everybody else. Now around turn number 4, up the back straight. And Hauff working with Naruhito Tomasa as best he can. Out of the roundabout. Into turn 6, 7 and 8. Number 78 car. Chasing down the number 25. Now, Nicky Tomasa defended going into turn number 10 there. That was a mistake, and he now has to defend and slows everybody down. So the little advantage he did get is now gone again, although, because Connor Hauff had to get off the gas going through turns 11 and 12, Thomas has a bit of more advantage, and Hauff and Rampadarath and Lazarov need to work as a threesome now to close back in. And here comes Rampadarath to the inside, takes second position away from Connor Hauff. And if Hauff's not careful, he's going to lose third position to Dimitar Lazarov. Sometimes, though, attack is the best form of defence, and Hauff regains second position, but at the cost of track position for him, both him, Lazarov and Rampadarath, because suddenly, as the sun makes an appearance here at Berghem, and there's 45 seconds to go, championship leader Nicky Naruhito Tomasa has the biggest advantage that anybody has had all race. A gap of an astonishing 10 kart lengths. Now Hauff needs to be giving Rampadarath the signal saying, push me, slipstream with me to close this gap. 20 seconds to go. Next time around, they will get 2 laps to go. And it does look as though Rampadarath is not trying to pass Hauff, is trying to work with him if possible, as they close back in on race leader Nicky Naruhito Tomasa. Dimitar Lazarov, who has been very consistent all year. He's had a couple of second place finishes, a couple of thirds, hasn't won a race in the Dutch Rotax Max Challenge yet this season. Will this be a day for him? They'll come across the line. They will see 2 laps to go. And still, Tomasa leads by half a second. Hauff and Rampadarath. Rampadarath has got the fastest lap of the race so far. Both he and Connor Hauff were 1/10 of a second faster than race leader Nicky Naruhito Tomasa last time around. Into the roundabout. Connor Hauff is going to catch him. There's no question about that. Dimitar Lazarov, at the worst possible time, is beginning to lose a bit of ground to the top 3. However, at some point these 3 are going to start battling side by side. That will slow them down and potentially give Lazarov a chance to steal a place on the podium. But the last lap board is being prepared for Tomas, for Hauff and Rampadarath. There it is. There they go. 14 corners, 1,300 metres left here at Circuit Park Berghem. And Tomas defends into turn number 4. Here comes Connor Hauff with the undercut. Great undercut from Connor Hauff. And Rampadarath is going to get Tomas as well. The championship leader went far too deep on the defensive going into turn number 4, and it's cost him the lead and potentially a second place. Here he comes back though on Rampadarath to take P2. Oh, Rampadarath over the grass, bouncing through the air. That's going to do it for him. It's now a head-to-head fight between Connor Hauff in the Praga and Ryan Rampadarath. And between Nicky and Naruhito Tomas. Out of the penultimate corner, Connor Hauff has done enough. He makes the move on the last lap, and takes the checkered flag. Victory for Connor Houff. The championship is alive and well between the top three. Nikki Naruhito Tomas comes second. Pre-final winner Ryan Rampadarath is third. Dimitar Lazarov crosses the line in fourth position. Noah Stihauda is fifth. Jesse Moonen comes home in sixth. Matthias Clever finishes in seventh place. There is your full finishing order, provisionally of course in Micromax. Connor Houff from Nikki Naruhito Tomas, Ryan Rampadarath, Dimitar Lazarov, Noah Stehauda, Yesha Moonen, Matthias Clever. Sadly, Bruce Chirino failed to finish, and that was Micromax. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the green flag waves to signal the start of Minimax. And 23 drivers set to go out, led by Oliver Mazurkiewicz. Here we go, karts on track for Minimax. 23 drivers, 13 minutes. Here is your starting lineup. Oliver Mazurkiewicz and Bring the Noise, Keish Moyes on the front row of the grid. Milano Shiphorst and Julian Duema on row number 2. Jeff Verbeek and, why is there a marshal running? That's always a worrying sign on a rolling lap. We will catch up with it, or maybe he just wanted to get back to a better position for the start. Where was I? Ah, yes, row number 3, Jeff Verbeek and Maximilian Kiel. Row 4, Jesse Andringa and James van der Poel. Row number 5, Mick Klinkers and Tran van Melk. Row number 6, Stephen Wams and Rickert Joppen. Row 7 is Tigo Holthausen and Kleish Milan. Row number 8, Bendik Schulte and Hamza Balasinawala. Then on row number 9, it's Mika Bonk and Yara Klevich-Bosch. Row number 10, Jens Kjelstra and Kimi May. Watch for Kimi, who had to retire from the opening heat race. Lawrence Vlanderen and Vince van der Halen are next. That's significant because Vince van der Halen is your championship leader, and then Liam Basterio rounds out the 23 kart field. Coming into today, Vince van der Halen had 497 points, Keish Moyes had 479, Oliver Mazurkiewicz had 474. Moyes and Mazurkiewicz will represent Team Netherlands this year in the Rotax Grand Finals. For Mazurkiewicz, it'll be his first time representing his country. For Keish Moyes, it'll be his second time. Championship leader Vince van der Halen is not eligible for a ticket in this championship because he is Belgian. Now, so look back, number 130, Vince van der Halen, starting on the 12th row of the grid. The sun is now out, but it's very low in the sky. This is October in Northern Europe, and it's 4:45 in the evening. So the sun has got that dappled look about it. You see a lot more drivers, some drivers going out in their clear visors to help with the visibility. Here we go then, into the tram lines, and somebody in the middle of the track was way out of formation towards the back, but the leaders are all through cleanly. Now this is where we had issues on the opening lap of the pre-final. Once again, a couple of drivers going for a brief spin, and this time Vince van der Halen was not amongst them. So the recovery is on now for the championship leader. Oh, and drivers getting wide going into the roundabout there. That was the number 123 kart of Maximilian Kiel. Maximilian Kiel, the German driver on the Mach 1 Kartschmi Deutschland entry. And there's still action aplenty going on further back in the pack. Kiel getting going again up at the front though. Your pole sitter, pre-final winner, Oliver Mazurkiewicz, who romped home in the pre-final. He's not going to have the same opportunity now. Milano Shiphorst has made another very good start indeed. Julian Duema is up to third. Keish Moyes from second on the grid is down to fourth. And I'm looking to see where Vince van der Hallen is. The answer is he is already up 8 places into 14th position. Top 3, nose to tail, going into turn number 6. Tony Kart versus Birrell ART versus the Charles Leclerc chassis. Through turn number 10. And behind them, Keish Moyes, the second of the red and white Birrell ART karts, is there in kart number 134. And then Jeff Verbeek in the yellow Team Belgium race suits. Milano Shiphorst goes into the lead with help from Julian Duema. The slipstream effect alive and well there, and Olivier Mazukevich was helpless. 2 karts working with one another, slipstream and drafting, and look at that great teamwork there. Even though they're not teammates, that's what you've got to do in karting sometimes. Doesn't matter who you're in front of or behind. Sometimes you've got to work with the person that is just there to help yourself. And there goes new leader Julian Duema into top spot. And Julian Duema is only 13th in the championship, has not done every round. So he's not a factor in the point standings. Now in 6th position is James van der Poel on Sodi Kart, and a big gap behind Van der Poel to the 7th, 8th and 9th place battle. And that'll be Mick Klinker's Rickert Joppen on the Comp Kart chassis, and there is Joppen just briefly making the move on that fluorescent yellow, white and blue liveried machine. Then Tigo Holthausen in 9th with Mika Vonk rounding out the top 10. Van der Hallen is already up to 11th position. Now, he's going to find it trickier to pick up places now. Oh, and there's a little bit of elbows out issues at turn number 10, and into top spot goes Milano Shiphorst. So Julian Duema's lead time at the front was short-lived, and now 5 drivers nose to tail. Oh, and a penalty for Yara Klevich-Bosch. Yara Klevich-Bosch, I said there was one driver way outside the tram lines at the start, and it was the number 132 kart of Klevich-Bosch. She's been given a penalty, has Yara. Unfortunately, Maximilian Kiel has been given a technical flag for a loose rear bumper. We saw him getting shoveled onto the dirt going around the roundabout on the opening lap. And now we look. Now there is number 126. That's Jeff Verbeek. Behind Jeff on track is the number 134 kart of Keish Moyes. Then it is the flying Sodi kart of James van der Poel. So 3 drivers first battling for the lead, 3 drivers battling for 4th position, and a penalty for Milano Shiphorst. So a penalty for unsportsmanlike driving for that issue down at turn number 10 with Julian Duema, and now Shiphorst is going to lose the lead. He's just lost the lead in the race. He's going to lose the lead on track as well if he's not careful. Van der Hallen is now P8. He is just 4.2 seconds behind this battle you're watching on your screens now, which is for the race lead. Van der Hallen, with 7.5 minutes to go, do not rule Vince van der Hallen out of this one yet. They're the top 6. Now behind the top 6 there's a big gap back to Van der Hallen, who is now in P7. He's passed Tigo Holthausen. So, Van der Hallen goes through your screen. And here's your top 6. Van der Hallen has got the bit between his teeth and is heading towards the front like a runaway freight train into the roundabout. There's Van der Poel, who's moved into an excellent 4th position. Verbeek is back to 5th, and Keish Moyes Well, I normally say bring the noise, Keish Moyes. I think somebody has put Moyes on mute because he is certainly fading a little bit at the moment. He's got to get his rhythm back and then turn up the volume and head back towards the front. But it's Milano Shiphorst. Milano Shiphorst, who in the rookie standings is second behind Keish Moyes. In the championship overall, he is 6th position. Van der Halen, last lap around for Vince van der Halen, 54.075 seconds. Race leader, Milano Shiphorst at a 54.1. So Van der Halen is only gaining a tenth or two here and there. We are now at the halfway point, however, and Van der Halen has got clean track in front of him. If he can get up to the back end of Keish Moyes in 6th position pretty quickly, and then make his way past Moyes, Verbeek and Van der Poel, which is a lot easier said than done, he still might have a chance. Don't forget, your race leader on track, the driver with a red and white Birrell ART chassis, bright orange crash helmet, Milano Shiphorst, has a 3-second penalty for unsportsmanlike driving. That would put him back to 6th position. Van der Halen could pick up a place without even realising it. And there goes the move, and side by side, elbows out, and both Duemer and Shiphorst then slow each other down. Oliver Mazakevich minding his own business in 3rd place, says, thank you very much. Goes past. And I have to say that Julian Duemer, who did, well, there was a certain element of, I'm not happy with you for what you did at the earlier corner at turn 10, so I'm going to show that, and it cost Julian Duemer a lot of time. It allowed Oliver Mazakevich into the race lead. Shiphorst is 2nd on the road, Van der Poel is 3rd, then it's Verbeek, Moyes, Duemer and Vince van der Halen. He's now only 3.7 seconds off the lead. And he is within a couple of kart lengths of Julian Duemer and Keish Moyes. There is Van der Halen briefly on your screen. Jeff Verbeek goes past Milano Shiphorst for 3rd position. Van der Poel in 2nd. Shiphorst back to 4th position. Keish Moyes is next. Then you will see the black and white Charles Leclerc chassis of 125 Julian Duemer, and just behind is the green and white Tony kart. Vince van der Halen is now within how many seconds of the race lead? He's within 3.3 seconds of the race lead after starting 22nd. We run lap number 11 now. Van der Halen. Well, wait, there goes Duemer past Keish Moyes. Van der Halen in that number 130 kart. This is what Vince van der Halen has to do. He has momentum. He cannot afford to sit behind people. Oh, and a problem for Keish Moyes. I thought he was slowing down. Keish Moyes, is that a rear bumper rubbing on a rear tyre? Certainly Keish Moyes has an issue. No, I don't think his rear bumper is rubbing on a rear tyre, but something is slowing Keish Moyes down. Oh, dearie me. He's already lost another place to Tigo Holthausen. And now Rickert Joppen goes through on that comp kart chassis. Keish Moyes is getting swamped. He's getting swamped now. He's trying to defend against the CRG. Oh, in the background, that I think was a Lando Norris kart of Jesse Andringa going off track. But up at the front, James van der Poel has just caught our race leader, Oliver Mazakevich. Now I'm looking down, where is Van der Poel in the championship? The answer is nowhere, because he hasn't competed. Am I just getting that wrong? Yes, James. Oh, he's 4th in the championship. What am I talking about, Henry? He's right there in 4th position. He's got a bit of work to do. He's about 50 points behind Vince van der Halen. And here comes van der Halen up the inside of Julian Duema. Put Vince van der Halen into P5. It will become P4 when Milano Shiphorst gets his 3-second penalty at the end of this race. Could Vince van der Halen make it onto the podium? 90 seconds to go. I think these two on your screens now, Mazurkiewicz and Van der Poel, they are too far ahead of van der Halen. However, if I were Jeff Verbeek, I would be feeling a little bit nervous right now. Because there's Shiphorst. Well, van der Halen has got quite a bit of work to do, but it's been a tremendous recovery. Van der Halen head down. He is 2.9 seconds off the race leader as James van der Poel makes the move at turn number 4. And for the first time all day, the Sony kart of James van der Poel leads this race. 45 seconds plus 2 laps to go. Could this give Vince van der Halen the opportunity to pull off one of the most unlikely recovery drives I've seen in some time? Because now that he has attacked and got the lead, James van der Poel will have to start defending. Now, will they get across the line before the clock strikes 0? Yes, they will. Okay, 3 laps to go. Next time round, they'll get the 2-lap to go board. So 3 laps remaining here in Minimax. The top 3 are nose to tail. And Shiphorst is about to be passed on track by the flying Vince van der Halen. Can James van der Poel hold off this Tony Kart mounted duo behind of the Netherlands' own Oliver Mazurkiewicz and Belgium's Jeff Verbeek? Van der Poel has got to make that French wagon very, very wide. He's got to make it as wide as the Champs-Élysées as he tries to hold off Mazurkiewicz and Verbeek. Van der Halen is about to pass Milano Shiphorst. He's 4th anyway because Shiphorst has got that 3-second penalty. Now there goes Vince van der Halen. No, he can't make the move. That could be critical. 2 laps to go. Van der Halen has got to get Shiphorst out of the way if he's going to try and mount an unlikely last charge for the podium. Through the roundabout, Van der Poel leaves the door open into turn number 6, and there goes Mazurkiewicz, there goes Verbeek, and James van der Poel drops from 1st to 3rd. Critically, that didn't slow them down too much. Van der Halen takes 4th position on the road. I think it's going to be about a lap too late for Vince van der Halen. Even if these 3 drivers now defend stoutly, I don't think van der Halen can catch them. But it's been a remarkable drive. Last lap board goes out, and Mazurkiewicz defending round the outside at turn number 1. Goes Verbeek. Has that worked? We'll see very shortly. Down to turn number 4. It hasn't worked for Verbeek, but it does bring Vince van der Halen right into play. James van der Poel looks over his shoulder and goes, "Who's that? I thought he started last." Well, he did start last, but van der Halen has caught the leaders on the last lap. We come through the infield section now. I think Oliver Mazurkiewicz has just about done enough, but can van der Halen get on the podium from 22nd? He's got 3 corners to go. Make that 2 corners to go. Verbeek and van der Poel still run 2nd and 3rd. Vince van der Halen will fall just short. It's a win for Oliver Mazurkiewicz. Verbeek is 2nd, van der Poel 3rd. What a drive from Vince van der Halen. Milano Shiphorst is 4th. Julian Duema is 5th rather. But with his 3-second penalty, Shiphorst will drop to 6th position behind Julian Duema. Tigo Holthausen will come home in 8th. A great drive from Kimi May. to finish in 8th position. Mick Klinkers is 9th, and Rickert Joppen rounds out your top 10. I don't know what the problem was, but Kees Moyes did have a problem with that kart, and he drops back to 11th position ahead of Mika Vonk, Steven Wams, and Bendik Schulte. Tren van Merk is 15th, Lawrence Vlaanderen is 16th, Claes Milan is 17th, and Lara Klevich-Bosch is next, followed by Jesse Andringa, Hamza Balasinawala, Jens Kjelstra, and sadly Maximilian Kiel didn't start, and Liam Basterio, Maximilian Kiel didn't start, and Liam Basterio didn't finish. And I have to say, I met young Liam Basterio and his family this morning, and he races, he's part of the Racing with Autism program, and he's a very, very nice young man, is Liam Basterio. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Time for our 3rd final of the day. It is Junior Rotax. Tish van Wyk and Boaz Maximov will share the front row of the grid. Jim Bach and Bodian Blankenberg will go from row number 2. Row number 3 will be Tish Stevens and Oliver Janssen. Max Sederski and Aaron Wieder go from row number 4. Rocco Kier and Luca van Leer start from row number 5. Bran van der Weken and Boris Verhagen on row 6. Jur Valkenaars and Rick Corporal are on row 7. Henry Melchior and Vince Dreich are on row 8. Lieke van Bokkel and Philip Wisniewski are on row number 9. Levi Driesch and Ryan Klevich-Bosch on row number 10. Lud van Engelsman and Klan Shah are on row 11. Tony van Leersum and Sebastian Brand are on row 12. Anastasia Chudi and Jort van Ekelen are on row number 13. 26 drivers, 4 of whom, Tish van Wyk, Max Sederski, Boaz Maximov and Tish Stevens will represent Team Netherlands in the Rotax Grand Finals. Tish van Wyk leads the points championship by over 30 points from Max Sederski, and he absolutely blitzed the pre-final. Now, we head down towards turn number 13. It is Tish van Wyk and Boaz Maximov on the front row. Into the tram lines, lights are out, we're off and racing. It's a good start from both front row drivers, and they safely make it through the first S's chicane, turns 1, 2 and 3, and a good start from Jim Bach, I think that was, or was it Oliver Janssen on the Falcon kart, up into P4. And it's all through the roundabout there. Drivers jostling for position in the lower reaches of the top 10 as they go into the infield section now. These little flip-flops through turns 7, 8, turns 9, and now around turn 10. There's 11. Another of those flip-flops through turns 12. And, well, Tish van Wyk, who won the Rotax International Trophy at Le Mans earlier this year, was one of, well, one driver getting so wide coming out of turn number 15 and slamming the outside tyre barriers. That was Tony van Leersum, I believe, who just knocked the tyre. I hope that didn't bend his rear axle. And there is a move from Oliver Janssen, is that, in kart 218. It's one of the Falcons. I'm just looking back, or is that the second of the Falcons? Ah, no, it's not. It's actually Luca Van Leer, possibly, making a move. Oh no, it's Aaron Wieder. I do apologise, Aaron Vida in the number 268 kart. Those two Falcon chassis looking very, very good in the hands of Janssen in 4th and Vida in 5th. Now, Tish Stevens, who is your 3rd in the championship. Tish is down in 6th position. Bodian Blankenberg, very impressive for the class rookie. First year junior driver, Bodian Blankenberg. I'm just looking to see, now he is with the team, but I can't see the team name on my information sheet. But Bodian Blankenberg, he's only 5th in the rookie standings, let alone the main championship. He's 8th in the main championship, but 5th in the rookie standings. But on course, let's have a look. For Blankenberg, he's had pre-final podiums. He had a 2nd place in the pre-final in the last round at Circuit de Lanzard, but he has not yet been on the podium in a main final. And here he is running in 3rd position. However, he is starting to fall away from these two drivers, Tish Van Wyk and Boaz Maximov. Two Tony Kart drivers. They've got the, well, I'm sure they've both got the Bouvan Power logo on their kart. Well, I think the race leader has anyway, although I don't want to say that for definite, because other engine builders out there might come and lynch me or get it wrong, which I'm prone to do. There's Bodian Blankenberg holding off Oliver Janssen with Aaron Vida, a strong 5th. Then it is Tish Stevens, and he's being chased hard by Rocco Cure. Max Sadursky is next. Sadursky on that, and oh, there's a move just in front of Sadursky. That was Rocco Cure passing Tish Stevens. And now the Falcon is trying to take flight and make its way onto the podium in the hands of Oliver Janssen. Through the infield section we go. Round turn number 10. Tish Van Wyk, 0.2 of a second in front of Boaz Maximov. Maximov is not allowing Van Wyk to escape. And now in 3rd position, Bodian Blankenberg is now not just got one Falcon behind him, he's got the whole menagerie of Falcons. Because Aaron Vida has caught his teammate, and Bodian Blankenberg is beginning to struggle a little bit. Then behind these 3 karts, there's another great battle for 6th position between Rocco Cure, Max Sadursky, Tish Stevens, Luca Van Leer, Jur Valkenaars, Bran van der Weken, Jim Bark, who started 4th but has dropped all the way back to 12th. Then Rick Corporal, Levi Driesch, Filip Wisniewski, Lieke van Bokkel, Henry Melchior, Boris Verhagen, Tony van Leersum, Jort van Ekkelen, then Nude den Engelsman, Vince Dreich, and both Falcons have swept past Bodian Blankenberg at the 3rd and 4th position. So Blankenberg, who seems to be better in the pre-finals than in the finals, that form book is playing out as results would tend to suggest it would. Everyone's still running, all 26 starters. Anastasia Tui is 26th. Kian Shah, driver representing India, is 25th. Sebastian Brand, 25th. Ryan Klevich-Bosch, 23rd. Vince Driesch is 22nd. 21st is Nude den Engelsman, and Jort van Ekkelen. Ekkelen is 20th. The top 2, nose to tail, and Aaron Vida has gone past his teammate Oliver Janssen, and Vida, who started back in 8th place, is now 3rd, and he's just set a new fastest lap of the race. 50.122 seconds for Aaron Vida. he's got 2.5 seconds to make up to catch these two drivers. The 2.46 of Tish van Wyk and the 2.30 of Boaz Maximov. They're not battling yet. Let's see if Aaron Reeder, now the leading rookie in the championship overall, he is 7th. Can he close in? Let's have a look at the gap. They crossed the line. It was 2.5 seconds between first and third. It is still 2.5 seconds, although Reeder sets another new fastest lap of 50.122. However, Tish van Wyk, the race leader, did a 50.160. So he's not closing as much as he might need to. Rest of the field, lots of action going on down further in the field. There's T. Stevens, has the purple Cosmic race suit on, and he has dropped back to 9th position. Bran van der Weyken has moved up into 8th position. One of the Boevan Power drivers, Bran der Weyken, moving forward. And Stevens there, let's have a look. How many karts has he got behind him? The answer is a lot. Jim Bach, Bodian Blankenberg, Luca van Leer, Lieke van Bokkel, Rick Corporal, Levi Driesch, even Henry Melchior, and Boris Verhagen and Filip Wisniewski down to 18th position are all within striking distance of T. Stevens in 9th place. There goes Stevens. Bodian Blankenberg has lost a lot of ground from where he was running earlier on. He's now struggling to stay in the top 10, so obviously a setup drama for Blankenberg. And up at the front, well, Aaron Reeder is still, he's now 2.4 seconds behind race leader Tish van Wyk. He's got 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go. This is the scrap for 9th back to 18th place. Now, Jort van Ekkelum, who is out on circuit right now, he won't know this yet, but he obviously was in such a hurry to get to his go-kart that he forgot about his mobile phone, which is in the bar. So anybody out there is listening, when Jort comes in, and he's currently in 23rd position, he's probably going to be a little bit upset at being 23rd. He's going to be even more upset with his beloved iPhone isn't there. So you can cheer him up by saying, Jort, okay, the go-karting was rubbish, but at least you haven't lost your phone as well. Yellow flag waving down at turn number 11. And, oh, that is Jort van Ekkelum. He was maybe stopping in the grass saying, did my phone come out of my pocket and stop the grass? So his day goes from bad to worse, but when he comes in, it will get a little bit better. Just a little bit, because at least he won't have to buy a new phone. Now, the leaders, Tish van Wyk and Boaz Maximov, they have begun to stretch their advantage over Aaron Reeder. Oliver Janssen, in the second of the Falcon karts, has dropped back to 6th position behind Max Swiderski and Rocco Kure. So Swiderski up into 4th, Kure is 5th, Janssen back to 6th. Is that a sign that the setup on those Falcons is beginning to fade away? Blue flag waves for number 277. That is Jort van Ekkelum, who's running 26th. As all 26 drivers still running, and this battle for the race win is not over. It's not over by a long shot. Boaz Maximov, very, very smart drive so far from Maximov in kart 230, just to sit and wait. Tish van Wyk has done all the legwork here. He's been leading since the word go. Maximov is just sitting in his wheel tracks. He needs to gain a couple of kart lengths. We've got over a minute to go. There is Aaron Wieder in third. The battle for fourth position is on between Sadurski, who has it, and Rocco Cure, who wants it. At the moment, Sadurski, that red and orange and white machine, liveried machine, is holding on. Janssen continues to run in sixth. Jur Valkenaars is seventh. Van der Weken is eighth. Now, last time we checked on T. Stevens, he was holding on to ninth position. He has fallen back to 14th position. Bodian Blankenberg has fallen back to 16th position. So T. Stevens, well, third in the point standings, having a bad day when he desperately didn't need to have a bad day. There's the fourth place battle going through turns 1, 2 and 3 now. We look back at a somewhat spaced out field now. Jim Bark running in 10th position is 15 seconds off the lead. There's a move. That's Rocco Cure in the blue race suit and the Tony Kart chassis going past Max Sadurski for fourth position. A 3-second penalty has gone out to Vince Dries. Vince Dries for unsportsmanlike driving, but Vince is already down in 21st position. And Oliver Janssen there in 6th place, just trying to hang on to Sadurski and Janssen. 2 laps to go. This is where we find out if Boaz Maximov has anything for Tish van Wyk. There is the 4th and 5th place battle. Coming out of turn number 6, you can see the overflow, plastic overflow bottle is floating, is wobbling around there on the kart of Rocco Cure. That's not a problem, that's not a major issue. It's just a bit of a distraction for the driver, an unwanted distraction if nothing else. Just a little bracket that holds it in place has broken. Now through turn number 14. There is the last lap board. Our leaders are already heading down towards turn number 4. And Tish van Wyk continues to extend his advantage in kart 246 over Boaz Maximov. Trying to see, they have come out of the roundabout. They're coming into turn number 10 now. There they are on screen. Tish van Wyk has been inch perfect in this junior Rotax final. Boaz Maximov tailed him throughout and then faded just at the end. But it's a perfect score for Tish van Wyk. Pre-final and final victory in the bag for the championship leader. Maximov second, Aaron Vida. Great drive for Vida. Is that his first podium of the season? Yes, it is. Rocco Cure is fourth, ahead of Max Sadurski and Oliver Janssen. There's your top 6. Jur Valkenaars, Luca van Leer and Bran van der Weken are next, with Rick Corporal rounding out your top 10. We watch the rest of the field cross the line now. And there, a look at your full provisional results. Went through the top 10 with Rick Corporal in that Gillard chassis in 10th, followed by T. Stevens, Levi Dreisch, Boris Verhaag, Jim Bark, Bodian Blankenberg, Henry Melchior, Tony van Leersum and Nu Den Engelsman, rounding out your top 18. Ryan Kevitz Bosch, Philip Wisniewski, Vince Dreich, Lika van Bockel, Kian Shah, Sebastian Brand. A lap down was Anastasia Chuli and Jord van Ekkelen. But don't worry, Jort, your telephone is in the bar. You just got to go and collect it. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We get set for the biggest field of the day. Senior Rotax, 31 drivers, a 30 minutes plus 2 lap final. Here is your starting lineup. Tommy van der Struijs, one of 3 drivers in this field who will represent the Netherlands in the Rotax Grand Finals in Sarno in 2 weeks' time. starts from, Tommy van der Struijs starts from the front row of the grid, pole position. Jort van Wijk is next. Bram Plomp and Ralph van der Pavert go from row number 2. Wout Kirstjens and Mika van der Pavert, the second member of Team Netherlands in Senior Rotax this year. Mika starts 6th. Siem van Vliet and Bram Ossesvaarde will start on row number 4. Mitch Hainert and Flynn Fitters will go from row 5. Cas Boshaus and Krit Knoren go from row 6. Steen Peters and Devian Royst go from row number 7. Enzo van Dickenberg and Dominic Schiepers go from row number 8. Dean Winters and Benjamin Van Hees start on row number 9. Sven Slagmolen and Brazil's Felipe Falk go from row 10. Dylan Hummel and Wesley Eckhart go from row 11. Max Costa and Mike Maastricht go from row number 12. Gwen Bloxiel and championship leader Jaden Tien go from row 13. Tien, the third and final member of Team Netherlands in Senior Rotax this year. He may have a commanding points advantage, but it's been a dreadful day so far. Marth Snell and Martin Herrera will go from row number 14. And on row 15, we have Julian Klossman and Luca Bremer with Enzo Zani rounding out the field. I hope that all 31 drivers are out there. Let's hold our breath. Do we get everyone through turn 1 cleanly? Lights out, we go racing. The field pile down into the first chicane, and 31 karts go in, 31 karts somehow all come out pointing in the same direction. And out to turn number 4, the same. Side by side for second as Bram Plomp plumps his way into P2. Bram Plomp passing Jort van Wyk for second place. And just looking back there to see, and that would be me losing my timing screen. And right, that's gone badly wrong up here in the commentary box. But on track, I was about to say where Jaden Tien was, and the answer is I do not yet know. There we are, back again. The answer is Jaden Tien is already up 6 places to 20. Excuse the sudden lack of broadcasting as I suddenly had to learn Dutch and try and figure my way around a Dutch laptop that's in Dutch. Somehow we have timing here back up in the commentary box as Tommy van der Stroys begins to stretch his advantage. Van der Stroys, he came into this weekend 94 points behind Jaden Tien, and well, he's going to be a lot less than 94 points behind Tien at the end of this one, even though Tien is now moving up into 19th position. So Tien has gained 7 places so far. Bram Plomp is defending hard in second position over Jort van Wyk. Wout Kirstjens, Mitch Hainert are the rest of the top 5. There's Hainert, the mean green machine, the TB kart. Mitch Hainert making his move. And up into third position for the TB kart team goes Mitch. Out, they'll make that 4th position, I do apologise. Van der Stroys 1 second up the road. Van Wyk is all on his own in second. Wout Kirstjens in third, who is Heinert's next target, as it were, is 2.5 seconds behind our race leader. Then it's Hainert, then it's Bram Plomp now down into 5th position. Ralph van der Pavert and Mika van der Pavert are 6th and 7th. Bram Ossevada is 8th. Krit Knoren is 9th. Flynn Fitters, Devian Royst, Benjamin Van Hees, Siem van Vliet and Felipe Falk are next, with Cas Boshaus rounding out the top 15 ahead of Enzo van Dickenberg, Dominic Schiepers, Julian Klossman, Jaden Tian, still 19th. Then it's Stian Peters, Wesley Eckhart, Max Costa, Dylan Hummel, Dean Winters. There goes Jaden Tian passing Julian Klossman up into 18th position. But there's still an awful lot of work for Tian to do. You could see Jaden Tian in that, he's got that very distinctive sort of luminous yellow and black livery go-kart as Jaden Tian. Driver number 359 for the, well, he's got entered with an official team, he must be though. I just haven't got the team name in front of me. And Mitch Haynert has caught Wout Kirstjens. Now, let me have a look. In the championship, Mitch Haynert is only 12th. He didn't start one of the finals, and this is by far his best performance as he throws it up the inside of Wout Kirstjens there at turn number 4. It doesn't work. Kirstjens sort of shakes his head a little bit, but Haynert has obviously got speed in that kart right now. Is the kart set up for the short run, in which case he will be like the bullet out of a gun at the moment, but then as the race wears on, he may start to struggle a little bit, but certainly Mitch Haynert doesn't want to hang about. He wants to get onto the podium. Out to turn number 14, and gotta say, Wout Kirstjens defending with 8 minutes to go. Oh, in the background there, somebody spears into the barriers. Up and out of the cart is the driver. Driver is A-OK, and it was Krit Knoren, number 372 in his Sodi kart, who is out of the race. Now, Wout Kirstjens is still defending from Mitch Haynert, who is a lot quicker, and Kirstjens is now over 3 seconds behind race leader Tommy van der Stroet. So, we'll have a little look. Haynert has got drivers closing in behind him, including Ralph van der Pavement, Bram Plomp, Devian Royce and Mika van der Pavement. And three wide now. Here comes Ralph van der Pavement. Or is that Bram Plomp? He's got a teammate. He's got help from Plomp. Van der Pavement and Plomp and Haynert go through. And Wout Kirstjens, I was about to say it wasn't going to be long before that happened. And somebody was just going to say, sorry, Wout, out of the way. And he went. Out of the way he went. So the third place battle is now over 4 seconds, make it 5 seconds behind the top two now, and into third position. So Haynert still runs in fourth, and so Ralph van der Pavement, I think that was probably a little bit smarter of van der Pavement. He lets Haynert go, but now Ralph will tuck in behind Mitch Haynert. They're 6 seconds behind the lead battle, and it is a battle because there goes the number 333, Jort van Wyk, with the Belgian flag on the tips of his rear bumper, signifying the Belgian Bolvan Power Team providing the waft for Jort van Wyk. He moves past Tommy van der Stroet. There is another abandoned wagon out on the track. That is Wesley Eckhart, who becomes the first retirement of the race. Krit Knoren, after his crash earlier on, is still out there running, down in 30th position. Dylan Hummel is 29th. Oh no, actually Martin Herrera is, I think Martin Herrera may have joined the list of retirees. We will have to see. But it's not over at the front by a long shot. Martin Herrera has retired. Wesley Eckhart is also, I believe, out of the race as well. So we're down to 29 runners, and we have got penalties. Unsportsmanlike driving for driver number 352. That would be Enzo von Dickenberg, and 360, that would be Flynn Fitters. They are, I'm guessing, well, von Dickenberg is 11th, and Fitters is down in 24th, but was running in about 12th. Read into that what you will. Championship leader update, Jaden Tian now runs 10th. We are watching Hainert, Ralph van der Pavert, Devian Royst. Royst on that Falcon cart, so this is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. And where is Jaden Tian in 10th place? Tian, the 10th, he's up to 9th actually, is Jaden Tian. There is Tian on that red, so the orange, white and black cart. And yeah, oh, he's saying to, who's that? He's saying, get out of my way. And the 368 of Ralph van der Pavert responds. So I wonder if that was was that Ralph van der Pavert? He's lost a lot of ground. If he was, yes, it was van der Pavert. And van der Pavert with a problem. And I think Ralph van der Pavert might be in trouble out of the race as he falls back quite a way. There's his teammate Bram Plomp picking up a position, but now the Falcon of Devian Royst has got not one but two of the mean green posse surrounding him. Well, Devian Royst goes, ooh, I don't fancy battling two TB carts, I better get ahead of them all. And here comes Jaden Tian now, trying to pass Bram Plomp. And Bram is not as amenable to letting Jaden Tian through without a scrap. There's number 352, Enzo von Dickenberg, having a very, very good drive in that Sodi kart. He's got a 3-second penalty to be handed out after this race for unsportsmanlike driving, but he is in the battle on track, at least for a podium. They're miles behind. It's a great battle for 3rd place. It's a great battle for the race lead as well. There we go. That's Jort van Wyk being passed once again by Tommy van der Struijs. Van der Struijs and Van Wyk swap positions once again. The way that you can tell the difference is that Van der Struijs does not have the Belgian flag like livery on his Rotax radiator or on the edges of his rear bumper. Van der Struijs, head down, coming through turn number 14, and Van Wyk right there as well. And now we wait. The 3rd place battle is coming across the start finish line now. 7 seconds behind the leaders. Royst is still 4th, and here comes Felipe Falk up to 5th as Jaden Tian moves into 6th position, parching Mitch Hainert. So Hainert, I said I thought that kart looked a little bit too quick at the start of the race to last, and Hainert is now beginning to go backwards. But Felipe Falk is having a storming drive. He didn't set a lap in qualifying, I don't think, did Felipe Falk, and has gained 16 positions. Well, Jaden Tian's up 20 places, but he's not the biggest mover. The biggest mover is Julian Klossman in kart 373, who is just behind Jaden Tian. I think he's in one of the competitive kart racing entries. 373, and side by side once again, 15 seconds to go. Van der Struijs has the advantage. Here comes Van Wyk to the inside. Oh no, Van der Struijs defends. Tommy Van der Struijs into turn number 10. Hard on the anchors, cocks a left rear wheel in the air as he gets around turn 10. And literally, if Jort van Wyk was any closer, he'd be sitting on Tommy Van der Struijs' lap as we go through turn 14. There are now 3 laps to go. These two still have the length of the main straight between themselves and the next battle. The battle for the final podium is between Devian Royst and Felipe Falk. Falk is 14th in the standings. Royst is 9th in the standings. I would hazard a guess that, Devian Royst has been on the podium this year. Felipe Falk has been nowhere near the podium this year. It would be a fantastic drive for Felipe Falk if he could squeeze on the podium. It's a fantastic drive anyway from the Brazilian-born Dutch-based driver, but all is not over in the battle for the race win. Last lap board goes out, and Van der Stroys clinging to the inside line, defending for all he's worth. Into turn number 4, watch for the crossover from Jort van Wyk. No, Van Wyk's gone round the outside. He's going to squeeze Van der Stroys across to the inside. Van der Stroys goes into the roundabout, gets it all crossed up. Here comes Van Wyk to the inside. Oh, great racing between the top two. Van der Stroys defending for all he's worth. Van Wyk has not overstepped the mark. This is as aggressive as you want to see without it getting too aggressive. I hope I haven't spoken too early. Van der Stroys into turn number 13. Van Wyk's going to get the run up the straight towards turn 14. He's not going to do it. Tommy Van der Stroys with a win by 0.04 of a second, and Devian Royce holds on to 3rd position ahead of Felipe Falk. Great result for both Royce and for Falk. Jaden Tien goes from 26th to 5th as the championship leader. Mitch Haymett comes home in 6th. Enzo von Dickenberg is 7th, but he is one of a number of drivers who will have a 3-second penalty for unsportsmanlike driving in that one. There's a look at the results on track. Julian Klossman is 8th on the road. Ben Van Hees is 9th. Then Siem Van Vliet is 10th. Ralph van der Pavert is 11th. Bram Plomp down to 12th. Wout Kirstjens falls to 13th. Dominic Scheepers is 14th. Max Costa is 15th. Looking down at some of the other drivers, Luca Bremer, Martin Herrera, Wesley Eckhart failing to finish. And I have to say, some of those drivers down towards the back of the order are going to get 3-second penalties. What a change of fortune. Bram Ossersvaarder, qualified on pole, comes home in 22nd in the final. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to event 7 of the Chrono Karting Dutch Rotax Challenge, incorporating the Dutch National Championship as well. This is the last of our Rotax powered finals. It is the combined DD2 and DD2 Masters event. The drivers whose numbers start in 400, they are the DD2, and the Masters, they are the they're the drivers with the karts numbering in the 500s. The difference is, to be a Masters, you have to be over 31 years of age. Now, our pole sitter, Bas Lammers, is over 31 years of age, only just, but he has elected not to race in Masters, and it's been a good decision because he came out of retirement to win the pre-final over Nicolas Guillaume from Belgium. Imke Arts, the fast lady, starts on the inside of row number 3 alongside Bas van Vlimmeren. Rick van der Straat and Mark van der Kamp go from row number 3. Axel Goos and Malte Schratterer are on row 4. Then it is Dimitri Ostrovsky and Niels Bowler, Sam Knoppers and Derek van Kurt, Wim Rouleau and Dominic Hummels, Nissan Kjelstra and Brett Ottes, Carl Claribo and Ton van Viet. They are your 18 drivers. In the point standings coming into the day, Sam Knoppers, he leads the championship standings. He and Axel Goos, I think I was getting Axel Goos, will represent the Netherlands, as will Enzo Bol in the DD2 category in the Rotax Grand Finals. Wim Rouleau will represent the Netherlands in the Masters category for the very first time, I believe, in his lengthy career. That's in 2 weeks' time. This is the penultimate round of the Dutch Rotax Championship. The final round takes place on November the 3rd in Genk in Belgium. Tickets for the grand finals were handed out at the end of the 6th round of the championship in September at Lansard. So Bas Lammers, one of the true greats of our sport, back in the seat. He had a crash helmet returned to him after being stolen 5.5 years ago earlier this week. Is his luck going to continue today? Oh, and into the barriers hard is the number 554 car. Well, is that Bas? Let's have a look at the Sony kart into the barriers. Another driver went with them. It was a Sony kart. It was either Bas van Vlimmeren. It was a bit too far. It may have been Wim Rouleau. We'll have to wait and see. Couldn't quite catch the number on them, but hopefully both drivers are back in the race. I'm just looking down. I think remarkably both drivers who went off are still out there and running. A long way behind. We'll refocus on the front of the field. Lammers leads from Guillaume. Imke Arts is 3rd. Van der Straat 4th. And I'm looking down. It was Wim Rouleau and Ton van Viet who were the two drivers in trouble as they cross the start-finish line. Ton van Viet goes across the line. Wim Rouleau, there goes Wim across the line. And he is still out there, is the championship leader. He wants to stay out there. I mean, in the DD2 Masters category, Rouleau has 591 points. Dominic Hummels has 584. Niels Bowler has 583. Ton van Viet has 551. In the main standings, the main class, Sam Knoppers, who has 609 points. Nicolas Guillaume, 603. Imke Art, 600. Axel Goos is 595. But Lammers, who was making his seasonal debut, in fact, he's making his debut in the Dutch Championship for the first time in a long time, I feel, is out there running as your race leader. Nicholas Guillaume and Imke Arts trying to give chase as looking up there, the top three are pulling away, and then there's a gap back to Axel Roos. Axel Roos in fourth position, or actually, no, that is not Axel Roos in fourth position. That is Bas van Vlimmeren on the competitive kart racing machine, that blue-white, well, sort of deep blue, purpley white coloured machine. He is the leading Masters driver in front of Sam Knoppers and Mark van der Kamp. Rick van der Straat and Axel Roos are 7th and 8th. Then the second Masters driver, Niels Bowler, is in 9th position with Dimitri Ostrovsky, Derek Van Kurt, and everyone else still running behind. I have to say, this is a remarkable performance from Bas van Vlimmeren, who is only 5th in the point standings, but he will be gaining lots of ground on all his rivals following a great win in the pre-final. However, up at the front, Bas Lammers, only marginally quicker than Belgium's Nicolas Guillaume, and then Imke Arts. There is a look at the 420 kart. That's your championship leader, Sam Knoppers, already up 6 places from 11th after a spin in the, or an incident in the pre-final. Can Sam make any more progress? Well, he's effectively running fourth in class because Bas van Vlimmeren is in the Masters division, so they score separate championship points. Bas van Vlimmeren, well, he got disqualified. That's why he's so far down the order. Bas van Vlimmeren has been very, very quick, but then had a pair of DQs in, and did not start amongst his championship scores, which has ruined his title chase. Wim Rouleau is there he's still out there in 18th position, but running as Hammers coming under a bit of pressure now. Nicolas Guillaume and Imke Arts, they would really only know Bas Lammers from being a mechanic and a driver coach. His KZ2 career a couple of years ago, but he's been wanting to get back behind the wheel of the kart for some time. He retakes the lead. Nicolas Guillaume briefly passed Lammers, and of course, for those of you that are unfamiliar, if you're watching from overseas, Bas Lammers, one of the Netherlands, well, obviously you've got Max Verstappen, you've got several more, you know, Peter Bruyne, and but Bas Lammers, Peter de Bruyne springs to mind. Obviously, at Lammers, one of the best Dutch drivers to ever sit in a go-kart, and he is deaf. So he'll be driving using the engine tone. He's looking over his shoulder a lot more than other drivers. That's because he cannot hear the engine notes behind him. So a lot of drivers, they sense when the kart's advising, because you can hear the engine of the kart closely following with you. That is not something that Lammers has at his disposal. So he looks over his shoulder quite a bit. But then, in terms of his driving, he uses the vibration of the seat to check the pitch of the engine. He's a remarkable man in every single sense of the word, is Bas Lammers. There is the top three going through this, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th, and Lammers just doing enough at the moment to keep himself ahead of Nicolas Guillaume. Guillaume for the SP Motorsport team, I have to say, is looking strong, as is Imke Arts. Imke Arts, who is not qualified for the Grand Finals this year. She has done for the last 3 or 4 years for Team Netherlands. earlier this year, Imke did make history by becoming the first female to finish on the podium at the Rotax International Trophy at Le Mans in France. And of course, she does this in what is known as Rotax's Ultimate class, the DD2 division. Now, Bas van Vlimmeren is under pressure from Sem Knoppers. Sem, who will join his dad, Maurice Knoppers, on the Grand Final grid this year. Maurice returning to the sport. He will race in the E20 electric class in Sarno, and it will be the first time, I think, since 2014 that Knoppers has raced in the Grand Finals. He's a former podium finisher in that event, and here his son Sem is starting to turn the screw on our Masters Division leader, the CKR racing machine of Bas van Vlimmeren. Now, Van Vlimmeren doesn't really need to battle with Knoppers. They're racing for different points, different championships. There goes Knoppers, has a little peek up the inside, and Van Vlimmeren, well, no, he's not defending, but he's certainly not making it easy for Knoppers. Behind this group is a three-kart battle for 6th position. Mark van der Kamp in the Brand Racing machine, Axel Hoos and Rick van der Straat. On the Sodi kart, they're 6th, 7th and 8th. Niels Berle is 9th. Dimitri Ostrovsky is 10th. Derek Van Kurt is 11th. Malte Schlatterer is 12th. Carl Claribo, Lisanne Kielstra, Brett Otters, Dominic Ommels, Wim Rouleau and Ton van Viet still running. The whole field still out there on track. There they go. And there is finally Sem Knoppers going through. And a little bit further back, there is a move. The Sodi kart of 495. Rick van der Straat having a little look at the inside of Axel Hoos, and Axel holding off van der Straat at the moment. They're both chasing Mark van der Kamp on that black and red Brand Racing machine, Danny Brand's eponymous team, and they're being caught by the next of the Sheepers Racing kart, Niels Bowler, and the number 522. He's running 2nd in Masters. 3rd in Masters is Dimitri Ostrovsky, 10th overall. Here comes Hoos, and no room at the inn for Hoos at the moment. And the Brand Racing 474 of Mark van der Kamp is now involved. Oh, Hoos and van der Kamp come together and they both get out of their cart, and Axel Hoos, oh well, van der Kamp was defending, and I think by judging by the body language of van der Kamp, he felt that Axel Hoos should have really bailed out of that move. Also, I can see, who is that is also retired? The kart pulling in just off screen is either Wim Rouleau or Ton van Viet, I feel, has also pulled out of the race. There goes van der Kamp, and Hoos right behind him again. Of course they'll be right behind him. Wim Rouleau, I think Ton van Viet has retired the number 510 kart, sadly. We have got 90 seconds to go, and it's been good watching all this battling going on down through the field, but I was right on cue. We then see the leaders, so I was about to say, it's about time we look at the race leaders, and there we are. And that is why we should look at the race leaders, because Nicolas Guillaume has not allowed Bas Lammers to get away. Lammers under pressure from Guillaume, out of turn number 10. 1 minute remaining. Imke Arts there in 3rd position, but she is not a threat to the leader at the moment. Nicholas Guillaume, the SP Motorsport driver, most definitely is a threat to the race leader. Bas Lammers rolling back the years like Simply Red. Can he end this race on top? He goes into the roundabout. Behind him, we're looking at there is making a move, one of the Saudi carts picking up a position. That, I think, was Derek Van Kurt, possibly, in kart 416. Here is, look, it's getting rather dark here at Circuit Park Berghem. You're looking at the number 422 kart. Briefly going through a good battle. This is the battle between Lisanne Kjelstra, Karl Claribo, Brett Ottes, Malte Schlatterer, Dominic Hummels, and Dominic Hummels. There they go across the... Oh, there goes Van der Straat, Bowler. There is Derek Van Kurt and Dimitri Ostrovsky in 8th and 9th. Here, though, is Bas Lammers. 2 laps to go. And just as I was saying, Nicholas Guillaume was putting Bas Lammers under pressure. The best drivers thrive when they're under pressure. Instead of getting nervous and making little mistakes as the laps wind down, the best drivers just soak it all up and go even quicker. Lammers, another check over his shoulder. He sees the last lap board. Guillaume is not going to catch him unless Lammers makes a mistake. Arts is there in 3rd. Knoppers is 4th. And Bas Lammers just comes out to turn number 4. Another check over his shoulder. Round the roundabout. His week started so well with the discovery of a crash helmet that got stolen 5.5 years ago. It goes back to when his late father was involved in his karting. He was a bit emotional when I mentioned it to him this morning, but his luck keeps getting better this week because he returns to the seat. He returns to the Dutch Championship. He returns to his home country, and he returns to the top step of the podium. Bas Lammers wins in DD2 with Nicholas Guillaume and Imke Art second. There is it's a double victory for people named Bas. Bas van Vlimmeren finishes 5th overall and wins the Masters class. Here is the battle going on further back. Niels Böhler is 2nd in Masters. Dimitri Ostrovsky is 3rd in Masters. Here is a full review of the field. Lammers from Guillaume, from Arts, Knoppers, and then Van Vlimmeren, your top 5. Rick van der Straat and Niels Böhler, 6th and 7th. Then Derek Van Kurt and Dimitri Ostrovsky are next. Lisanne Kjelstra, she rounds out the top 10. Karl Claribo, Brett Ottes, and the rest as we get ready for the final 2 races of the day. It's KZ2 Masters and then KZ2. They are coming up shortly. Welcome back as the KZ2 Masters drivers head out onto the circuit for the first of 2 rolling laps before their 13-minute plus 2-lap final. Leading the grid after winning the pre-final, Glenn Vandenhoek, with Mark Verhoeven on the outside of row number 1. Mick Bertram and Bas Schouten on row number 2. Edgar Oosting and Bastien on row 3. Wesley Duvall, championship leader, underweight in qualifying, had to start from the back, moves up to 7th in the pre-final. That's where he'll start the final alongside Floris Schouten. Niels Koster and William van der Keesch are on row number 5. Geert van den Brink, Martin Versteeg, Mike Hendricks and Anton Gidding. They are your remaining runners. This will be a standing start. Championship positions coming into today, not including the pre-final results. Wesley Duvall, 602 points. Glenn van den Hoek, 586 points. William van der Keesch and Edgar Oosting are next, with Mark Verhoeven, 483 points, in 5th position. Well, for Wesley Duvall, this is a case now of damage limitation. Glenn van den Hoek is closing the gap in the point standings in that white, purple and red CKR machine, the competitive kart racing team. Chassis is called a competitive kart. Kart looks really good, drives really well, could have a better name. They know that, they know that's the right thing. We say it in jest. Here we go then. Van den Hoek, Verhoeven, Bertram, Schouten, Oosting, Steen, De Waal. The flag is up at the front of the grid, at the back of the field. The green flag will wave. All eyes on the light gantry. Lights are out, we're off and racing. It's a great start from Glenn van den Hoek to take the lead going into turn number 1. On the all-black chassis, it's Verhoeven in second. And at the back of the field, 2, 3 drivers in trouble. There are karts in the barriers. One of them is a Birrell ART. I couldn't get the numbers on them this time around. We will pick them up as they come around at the end of lap number 1. But Glenn van den Hoek made a great start. Mark Verhoeven tried to make the move going into turn number 4, but he outbraked himself. It actually cost him time. And as you look now, he is struggling to hold off the the pair of CRG karts who are just behind him. So it's Baz Schouten and Mick Bertram running in 3rd and 4th. Edgar Oosting on the Sony kart is 5th. Then it's Niels Koster, Martin Versteeg, Geert van den Brink, and the 3 drivers that had problems through turn number 1. Well, Bastien has just gone across the line. William van der Keesch and Floris Schouten. That is bad news for van der Keesch, who is 3rd in the point standing. It's not been a good day for van der Keesch. Schouten also out of the race. Steen still running, but a long way back. Now, the 2 CRGs led at the moment by Baz Schouten, so Schouten has passed. Is led by Baz Schouten ahead of Mick Bertram. Baz Schouten past Bertram, but he was in front already. It is neck and neck, and now, there's the move. Better late than never. That was Mick Bertram going past Baz Schouten. Gives you the signal. There's Bertram. He's in the 3rd position. They're being caught hand over fist by Edgar Oosting and the first of those Sony karts. That's Edgar Oosting. Niels Koster is next. And he's a little way back. Let's have a little look as we wait for. There is Costa just at the edge of your screen, another CRG mounted driver, but they are all chasing the CKR of Glenn van den Hoek. Your championship leader, Wesley de Waal, is still only 8th. And there is Wesley, and he's battling to hold off Mike Hendricks. Martin Versteeg is next, and then a couple of the drivers that were held up at the start. Versteeg, Anton Gidding, and Bas Steen. Now, the battle is on for second. Well, I've got to say that Glenn van der Hoek has just cleared off. He has just disappeared up the road. I think that's why Mark Verhoeven was so keen to try and do almost an all-or-nothing banzai move on the first lap going into turn number 4, because he realised that if he didn't make the move then, he was not going to get another opportunity. And that, I have to say, is the way it looks at the moment. Still a long way to go, but now Verhoeven is not even in second place, because Mick Bertram is up into P2 for the CRG team. Through turns 11 and 12. In the early evening cool here at Berghem in the Netherlands. Luckily, the sun, which came out briefly, is still illuminating this circuit, although the floodlights are on just to help these drivers. And there is a look at Wesley de Waal, and de Waal is struggling. While one of the CKR machines there, number 141 of Glenn van den Hoek, is pulling away and really dominating this race. His teammate and championship leader, Wesley de Waal, is, well, he's just not at the races this weekend. Let's have a little look. No, sorry, Wesley de Waal not in. It's the other CRG is it's Gert van den Brink, I believe. Yeah, it's Gert van den Brink is struggling. Wesley de Waal is still trying to chase. That makes more sense. The second of the competitive kart chassis, the teammate to race leader Glenn van den Hoek, is making it very, very difficult for the Birrell ART of Wesley de Waal to get through. And we think we know why. Well, because there's a championship on the line. This is round 7 of 8. And, well, you know, I have to say, Gert van den Brink was not weaving around, but he was just not, he was making it tricky for Wesley de Waal. He was making it very difficult indeed for de Waal. But now de Waal is through. You can see how quickly Wesley de Waal is pulling away from Gert van den Brink, who now has got Mike Hendricks for company. Can de Waal make any more progress? Anton Gidding is running in 12th position in kart number 133 on the Maranello kart. We've got 12 drivers still running. Floris Schouten and William van der Kees obviously out of the race after their first lap incident. De Waal has just done a lap of 48.41. That is, we're going to see what he can do on this lap now. We wait, there is de Waal. Oh, he is closing in a 47.626 second lap for de Waal. I thought there was a fastest lap coming for driver 123, the championship leader, and he is now just 1.2 seconds behind Niels Costa, who is running in 6th position, and there is still 6 minutes plus 2 laps to go in this race. So there is a lot of time for de Waal to salvage potentially a top 5 place. I don't think he's going to go any higher than that because the leaders are quite spread out. Glenn van den Hoek leads by 2.1 seconds over the 2 karts on your screen now. Mick Bertram and Mark Verhoeven. Then it's the Sony kart of Edgar Oosting. Then it's Bas Schouten. And already Niels Costa has got Wesley de Waal right behind him. that Duval, I don't think he's going to hang around. In fact, no, he doesn't. There he goes. Duval up into P6. Next target, as Martin Versteeg comes to a halt on the start-finish straight. Out of the race goes Martin Versteeg. Floris Schouten's kart is also pushed away. But here we go. Now, Wesley Duval. Let's have a look at the championship leader up the straight towards turn 14. He has made short work of Niels Costa. Obviously prefers Starbucks. Down towards turn 2, turn 3. Duval is now just 1.2 seconds behind Bas Schouten. And I gotta say, Bas Schouten's 5th place is not looking too promising. 4.5 minutes to go. Duval is consistently now nearly a full second quicker than Schouten and Edgar Oosting. He's only a few tenths of a second a lap faster than the top 3, but really they're gone now. All Wesley Duval is thinking about is passing the number 197 CRG of Bas Schouten and then getting up the road to that Sodi kart of Edgar Oosting. You could just see just a few laps ago, Wesley Duval was stuck behind Mike Hendricks and Gert van den Brink. Bastien continues to run in 10th, a long way back, but here comes Duval. Now, will he make the move up the inside going into turn number 6? No, I think he will probably dive up the inside going into turn number 10 if he's given half an opportunity. Let's have a look. No, he's not given half the opportunity, but it's not going to be long before that red and white spiral ART kart is past the number 197 CRG as they come up the straight. Now this should be mirror signal maneuver going into turn number 1. No, not quite. In that case, it will be turn number 4 next for, yep, there goes Wesley Duval, last of the late breakers into turn number 4. And Duval now into 5th position, and he's got 2.2 seconds to make up to catch Edgar Oosting. That would be the 4th position, and that would be damage limitation. Glenn Vandenhoek leads by 2.2 seconds over Mick Bertram, who is just half a second in front of Mark Verhoeven. As the karts go into turn number 13, the sun is now setting, a beautiful orange evening here in the Netherlands, of course, which is, you know, Kingdom of Orange. As we head towards the conclusion of the 7th event of 2024. We've still got the main KZ2 class to go at the end of this race. That will be the last event of the day. As we head into turns 9 and 10. And already Duval was half a second quicker than Oosting on that last lap. The gap between Oosting and Duval was 2.2 seconds. It is now just 8 tenths of a second. No, it's more than 8 tenths of a second. Well, actually, it's just a little bit more than 8 tenths of a second. It's just 1 second. So he's gaining 6 tenths of a second per lap on Oosting. And there is still 90 seconds plus 2 laps to go. Unless Edgar Oosting suddenly discovers an extra turn of speed in that Sodi kart, there will be very, very little he can do about the approaching 1-2-3 kart of Wesley Duval. Meanwhile, here is your race leader, Glenn Vandenhoek, coming out to turn number 14 with the top 3. And here is the battle for 4th place. And Duval, I got a feeling Duval will pick his usual moment down at turn 4. That's the Wesley Duval special down at turn 4. He says thank you very much. Not that Edgar Oosting, he allowed him to. He didn't really have a choice And now, oh, can he get on the podium? Well, we'll have to see. It's going to be a monument. Well, I would imagine after Wesley de Waal got stuck behind Glenn van den Hoek's teammate, Gert van den Brink, earlier on, that probably... Oh, look at the sparks flying in the evening gloom. Fantastic. De Waal throwing that Birol ART kart through the turns. 3 laps to go now, and the gap is 2.1 seconds between Verhoeven and de Waal. Wesley de Waal, it is time to drive it like you stole it, son. Here he goes into the roundabout. Out of the roundabout into turn number 6. Oh, he's going to catch. He is going to catch Mark Verhoeven. Last time round, Wesley de Waal did a 47.5. Oh, and Verhoeven's made it easy. Why are they going off? It can't be raining. Is there moisture on the circuit? What has happened there? De Waal is now in second. Wesley de Waal is in second. Both Berghem and Verhoeven both ran off track. They weren't close with each other. I can see a slippery surface flag going out, coming through turns 7 and 8. Now, the race leader tiptoes his way through. Ah, there's a kart. It's Bas Steen's kart, which is off of the track, and it's obviously deposited its water on the surface. On water or oil or something, but the slippery surface flag is now out. It's come a lap too late for Mick Berghem and Mark Verhoeven. Wesley de Waal was able to react and not go wide and not run off track. I have to say, good heads-up driving from this man as well, Glenn van den Hoek, who also had to negotiate his way through the problems which were here on the track, and you can see Van den Hoek tiptoeing his way around. Lap times have fallen way off because of that slippery surface flag, because of whatever happened. But yeah, I'm sure it was Bas Steen's kart that has deposited the contents of its engine over the circuit. But Glenn van den Hoek takes the victory. But what a drive from Wesley de Waal. Sparks flying, and you can see how angry Mark Verhoeven is. He's lost a podium. Mick Berghem comes home in second, although I've got to say, I think even without the slippery surface flag, Wesley de Waal would have passed Mark Verhoeven the third, because he was simply driving in another league. But what a dramatic end to that race, and there will be a bit of a clean-up operation, I feel, before the last event. The circuit staff here, the race directors and the marshals, will have to go and investigate the circuit. Here are your provisional results. Glenn van den Hoek, then Wesley de Waal, Mick Berghem, Paul Verhoeven, Edgar Oosting, Bas Schouten, Neil Kosten, and then Gert van den Brink. Martin Versteeg was the last driver still running. Mike Hendricks, Bas Steen, Anton Gidding, William van der Keesch, and Floris Schouten failed to finish. There are several karts to recover from the circuit, and we have some potentially a little bit of oil or moisture to remove as well from the track before the last race of the day is up next. That'll be KZ2. Please don't go away. It's time for the final race of the day here at Circuit Park Berghem. It's the 14th race of this, the 7th event in 2024 Rotax Max Challenge Netherlands, incorporating the Dutch National Championship, brought to you by Chrono Karting. You are watching the rolling lap for KZ2 here on the Company live broadcast, brought to you by the sponsors Acer, Karting Champions League, Witte Roth Racing, VAG Technique, and Van Tienen Coffee Machines. So, 14 drivers led by Renzo Alibax on the pole position in kart 214. Jeffrey Fixie is second, then it's Daniel Tenbach, Kevin Stihauer, Germany's Farin Mega, Dirk van Sieflout, then Rick Mewis, Jelte Boomer, Nigel Hendricks, Jens Troyer, championship leader, only starting 10th, ahead of Martin van Eyden, Dan Zotvi, Robin Glerum, and Eric Angenent. The championship coming into today was led by Jens Troyer. It still is led by Jens Troyer. 584 points before the start of the day. Enzo Ball is racing elsewhere. I'm sure you want to go and watch Enzo Ball race after this broadcast is finished. You'll probably find him somewhere in Portugal. Farin Mega for Germany is a former Rotax Grand Finals Minimax champion. Now does all his racing in KZ2 shifter karts. In USA they call these the pro shifters because they are the pros, they are the very best, the very fastest at what they do, the KZ2s. And this could be a very interesting race because Jeffrey Fixer set pole position and jumped to the start in the pre-final. That demoted him to second behind Renzo Alibax. Jens Troyer has had a torrid time so far today. He starts from 10th. Farin Mega on the Kartschmied Deutschland Mach 1 chassis was probably the fastest driver in the first race, but he fluffed his start quite badly. And he now starts from the inside of row number 3. 14 drivers, they're still lining up on the grid. 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in about 3.5 seconds. Everybody is clamoring at the spectator fencing for a glance at this one. They wait for the flag at the back of the grid to go up. It does. They wait for the lights on the gantry to go on. They do. They wait for the lights to go out, and we're off and racing. It's a good start from the outside of the front row. Side by side between the two front row men going into turn number 1. And it is Alibax who emerges just in front. Oh, at the back of the field, one of the Birrell ART karts runs a little bit wide. But I have to say that Alibax from pole position. Jeffrey Fixer made an excellent start and was trying to break away. Let's have a look. Who is that in the lead? The number 223 kart running in there in 3rd position. Then the number 211 Tenbach is 3rd, up at the front as we complete lap number 1. Alibax manages to hold on from Fixer. Let's have a look further back. Where is Farin Mega? He had another poor start, did Farin, down to 8th position. And Jens Troyer has passed him on track up into 7th place for Troyer. As we look at the rest of the field coming through the technical section, Alibax, Fixer, Tenbach, Stehauer, then Miovis, Silfhout, Troyer, Mega, Angerent. Eric Angerent didn't do a lap in the pre-final, had a technical problem. He is up into 9th position. Yelta Boomer is 10th. Nigel Hendricks on that really interesting, unique Oberon chassis with the Motori 7 engine in it. It is very different to any other KZ2 engine that is out there. And any engine builder, of course, there are lots of different engine manufacturers in KZ2. Yelta Boomer, Dan Zotfi, Robin Glerum, Nigel Hendricks and Martin Van Eyden. That is the rest of the field. Mega trapped in 8th position, already losing an awful lot of ground. Now, you can see he's got points leader, number 242, Jens Troyer directly in front of him. Dirk van Silfhout is the red and white Birrell ART driver, number 277, and the 204 Maranello driver at the front of this field, at the front of this group rather, is Rick Miovis. There goes Mega to the inside, can't quite get it done. And he then loses a lot of speed coming out of that corner. He probably missed a shift going up to the gearbox there, or even banged it into neutral by accident because he was so late on the brakes. Renzo Alibax in the championship position, in the championship coming into today. Alibax was 6th. He did win a pre-final. He has won a final. He won the 5th round of the championship. He's had a DQ as well, which has knocked him out of championship contention. But Jens Troyer now has a look at the inside of Dirk van Silfhout and makes the move. Can Farin Mega follow it through? Far into the inside at turn number 4. Here's the move for the race lead. Up the inside. Oh, the two leaders, they collide. And Fisker goes through at the expense of Alibax. Alibax has to run over the dirty part of the roundabout corner, and that pushes him right back into the clutch of number 223, Daniel Ten back, and Kevin Stiehauer as well. And that was a forceful move for the lead from Jeffrey Fixer. Out to turn number 14. Fixer with a big advantage now, so he made the move and he comes out of it with a 1.3 second lead. Side by side further back going through the turns 1, 2 and 3 complex. That was close between the two Birrell ART carts. I was trying to see who that was. That was Dirk van Silfhout and Robin Glerum. Glerum, who had a retirement in the pre-final, is another driver on a bit of a mission here. He's up 4 places to 9th. Here go the leaders. Well, the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place battle. Can Renzo Alibax recover his composure and set off after new leader Jeffrey Fixer? If he can, and he's got time, I would hazard a guess that if he catches Fixer, he will. Oh, and there is the championship leader, Jens Troyer, out of the race after a collision. Down at turn number 4, I think it was Farin Mega who was having a little look at the inside. Troyer turned in, and the championship leader, well, I couldn't quite see if he was getting out of his cart. Is he out of the race, or will he try and jump start that machine? I think he'll get one go. Let's see what happens. So, drama as Jens Troyer out of the race. Farin Mega. That was just one move too far. Let's have a look. Let's see if... well, Jens Troyer is not where he was. Has he crossed the start-finish line yet? The answer is no. Martin Van Eyden is a couple of seconds off the pace of everybody else. He goes through, and I still wait to see Jens Troyer, and I don't think he... There goes Troyer across the line. So he is 34 seconds off the lead. He is 12 seconds behind 11th place Martin van Eyden. There's a really good battle going on a little bit further back. I think we're going to probably see some of it coming on at the start-finish straight now. Yeah, 5 karts in that fight. That is Van Sielpout, Boomer, Zopfi, Angenent and Hendricks all in a battle. That is for 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th position. Here is the scrap on your screens. For 3rd place, Daniel Tenbach and Kevin Stehauer. Now, championship positions. Where is Tenbach? He is 5th. Has Tenbach had a podium so far this year? Yes, only one. Has Stehauer had a podium? Well, he's 4th in the championship. But in the final, no. Oh, actually, let's have a check. Let's have a check. In the finals, no, he hasn't had a podium. Has Stehauer. Marshall running, and I have to say, well, I wouldn't be running across the track just yet, sir. The evening air has descended, and it's the track floodlights that are now keeping Circuit Park Berghem illuminated, because we have lost the light, and this will favour the drivers who are in the clear visors. They will now have better visibility than the drivers with the tinted or iridium visors. It also means that you're going to see sparks coming off these karts, which is absolutely fantastic. All it takes is for one of these drivers to throw it across a curb, and you see the metal chassis hitting the metal, the curbing or the track, and the sparks flying. There's the 245, that's Farin Mega, who has just gone past Rick Miewitz, who is now up in the 5th position. Mega has got a bit of work to do to catch these 2 drivers on your screen. That's Tenbach and Stehauer. Meanwhile, Renzo Alibax is closing back in on our race leader. There they go across the line, and Alibax will have, he'll be seeing red, put it that way. He will not be best pleased at Fixer, which, it was an aggressive move, but hey, Fixer did have the inside line. That'll be what he says. Alibax will say, well, you weren't quite alongside me, and Fixer go, well, it was pretty side by side, and you could have backed out of it. Anyway, they will agree to disagree on that one, but Alibax, he now becomes the attacker, and Fixer becomes the defender. And I've got to say, Tenbach and Stehauer are both closing in as well. 3 minutes to go in KZ2, and 4 drivers fighting for 3 podium positions. Fixer begins to defend in that Maranello kart. Watch Renzo Alibax get that CRG tuned up to breaking point as he prepares to make a move. Will he try and surprise Fixer by going for a move into turn number 10 here? Not this lap. Now, up the short straight towards turn number 11. Over turn 12. Both avoid the big curb there. Down to the heavy braking zone at turn 13. A look over the shoulder from Fixer. He knows Renzo is there, and he knows that Renzo will not be happy. So he knows that the move is coming, and he knows the move may not be pretty. How do you cope with that, Jeffrey Fixer? Well, Alibax inching up to him as they go through the roundabout. There's a little reminder from Alibax to Fixer. Hello, I'm here, remember me? And however, Fixer is very good through this short technical section. Fixer's got the point and squirt parts of this circuit is he's very good indeed, is the Maranello driver. Alibax seems to have the better run now on the fast bits, so turn 4 is where we're looking at. Can Alibax get a good run through turns 1, 2 and 3 now? which leads him out into turn number 4. Fixer defends, and Alibax is going to get a good run. Oh, it's going to boil down to the roundabout. It's going to come down to the roundabout again. Does Fixer park it in the centre of the corner? He does. Alibax is wise to it, but they got to be careful because here comes 10 back and Stehauer. Farin Mega isn't out of this one yet either. 5 drivers within 2 seconds of the race leader. 1 minute 13 seconds plus 2 laps to go here in KZ2 as we round out event 7 of the Dutch National Championship. Across the line once again, it's Maranello versus CRG versus Birol at the front, and then the Mach 1 of Farin Mega in there as well. Another 10 is 10 back on. Can't quite see the chassis that Daniel 10 back is on, sadly, but they come around turn number 10. Oh, Alibax is right there, but Fisker is defending. Alibax is going to have to make a brave move here. They cross the line with 14 seconds to go. Next time around, they will see 2 laps to go. So this is 2 3/4 laps remaining. And there's the move for 3rd place, Stehauer, passing 10 back up to P3. Now Fixer defends. Alibax is going to try the crossover here through turn number 6. He gets to the inside. Alibax has the move done. Sparks flying from Fixer's kart. Renzo Alibax back to the race lead. 2 laps and 2 1/4 laps to go. Now they're clipping the curbs more. Now the sparks are flying, and Fisker's kart is gone. Oh, and there's the move. 10 back up the no, sorry, that was 10 back up the Stehauer to the inside, going into turn number 14. Gets it sideways, and that does it for the lead. Fisker's kart is done. He has got to defend. I think it might be tyres. He looks frustrated. I think the Maranello is run out of grip because he is just now having to be so defensive. 10 back and Stehauer are still there right behind him. Farin Mega also, but just look how clear Alibax has got. He's already 1.5 seconds up the road, and Robin Glerum is also joining this fight as well. And they cross the line. The last lap board is out. Renzo Alibax has got this one in the bag, so to speak. Can Fisk hold on? Fixer hold on for 2nd place. It's going to take a mighty effort. There are 4 drivers. 10 back, Mega, who has just passed Stehauer, and Glerum queuing up to make the move. But somehow, I think Jeffrey Fixer is going to manage to hang on for P2, but Renzo Alibax is now 2 corners from home. He will take the checkered flag, and Jeffrey Fixer holds on to P2. There's your winner, Alibax. There is Fixer in P2, and 10 back is 3rd. Stehauer is 4th. Farin Mega crosses the line in 5th, but he's been given a 3-second penalty for that earlier incident with Jens Troyer. That will push Robin Glerum into P5. It will put Rick Miusevic into P6. It will push Mega down to 7th. Yelta Boomer comes home in 8th. Dirk van Silfhout is 9th. Dan Zopfi is 10th. Eric Angenenkt is 11th. Then Nigel Hendricks, championship leader. Jens Troyer only 12th. And Martin van Eyden finishes in 14th position rather. So all 14 KZ2 drivers make it to the end to conclude what has been a very exciting day of racing here at Circuit Park Berghem. It just leaves me to say. First of all, a big thank you to the sponsors, Vantinen Coffee Machines, Karting Champions League, VAG Technique, Acer, and Ritter Raff Racing. A huge thank you to all the circuit staff and the marshalling team here at Berghem, the Orange Army. Without the marshals, nobody would be able to go racing. And of course, the drivers, their families and friends and supporters and teams for making all this possible. The final round of the 2024 Chrono Karting Dutch Rotax Max Challenge and National Karting Championship will come from Karting Genk in Belgium on November the 3rd. My name's been Henry Beaudette. This has been a Camp Company broadcast for Chrono Karting. We'll see you in Genk.